Hello. Happy Tuesday. Hello, guys. You know who's in a nice mood today? It's me. It's Cheesy. Cheesy's in a nice mood today. Sometimes you just need a real stressful weekend to reset everything and make you realize, okay, no. Wait, get it together. You know what I mean? My bird got sick. Poor Tomo bird. Poor Tomo bird got sick. I'm having financial struggles. We're gonna do something in particular about that I'll talk about later. Poor Tomo bird got sick, and like usually when a bird gets sick, if they're showing symptoms, then it's a real bad situation. But he's been getting better. My Thursday D&D character got turned into a fish by a nymph. And my Sunday D&D character, the guy that she's been seeing, got killed by a snake. So that's fun. Yeah, I'm glad Tomo's with us. And he's feeling much better. He's still having some tummy problems. Yeah, not the fish Molly. Oh god, I hope she doesn't look like fish Molly. Yeah, he's still having some tummy problems. Oh, there he goes again. It is getting better. But he's got a lot more energy today than he has had this past weekend. Enough energy and enough appetite, I'm really also very thankful for. He's got enough appetite to, have been a menace about my breakfast this morning. I had some, like, tikka masala from a microwave pouch. Hey, you don't want to go over by the cords, little bird. I had some tikka masala from a microwave pouch, and he must have really liked the smell of it. Because I could hardly keep him away from it. Is that where you're hanging out, Tomo? Behind the microphone? Okay. Sure. That's fine. But yeah, it's been a stressful weekend. Between money problems, mental health problems. I'll also admit I've had some mental health problems this weekend, and Tomo birdie health problems. Where are you going? You're not trying. Okay, yes, he certainly has enough energy to be a menace now. There you go. You can go back to your napping spot. What are you doing? Okay, here, we're gonna set him on the floor because he seems intent on getting into cords and cables. Hold up, who put this cheese on my stream? Hi, Jack. But yeah, so somehow having gotten through all this, or now that I'm working through all this, I've been able to sit down and figure it out, clear my mind, make a plan. I feel good today. The music's hitting just right, the springtime forest ambiance is hitting just right. I'm finally able to have a stream with you guys. We're gonna paint a pretty picture together. Have you guys ever done paint-alongs before? Here, let's see. Look at this. Well, it's also right there. Look at this pretty image. I decided it would be nice every week to do a paint-along. Also, welcome in Buru the Artistic Clown Man. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Cheesecake. A paint-along stream. I've seen a couple streamers do it before, and I think I've done it once or twice. Basically, we have this image and we paint it. We just use it as a reference for a painting. We have an image that we like, Usually we'll have a timer. I think I'll set a 2-hour timer for this, but we'll take breaks. And 2 hours is accounting for me getting distracted yapping, and, you know, I'm sure there's gonna be, like, raids I'll have to be like, hi, raid! Oh no, Ethereal has 2 hours of meetings! That's such a bummer, that's such a bummer. But yeah, I might as well say hi to everybody now, yeah? Let's say hi to everyone! Ethereal was waiting before I started stream. So he got the first redeem, Pastel Madness is here. Hi, Pastel. Hi, Peppo. Snail is here. They said painstaking, more like Gayalong. Love autocorrect changing Paintalong to painstaking. They're not really painstaking. That's very silly, though. That's very silly. Pastel's on a 7 stream streak. That's so wonderful. Thank you for hanging out here so much, Pastel. Ugh, I finally get to stream more. Ugh, God's bless me on this day. I get to have a stream at a normal time, on schedule, not delayed, not canceled. Everything's fine. Everything's finally okay again. Leo's here. Hi, Leo. Hello. Thank you for the crawlers. I hope you're well today. Caspico's here. Oh my god. Caspi, the gift box event has been so fun so far. It's crazy. It's popping off. I wish I could contribute more, but it is what it is. I am glad that I don't have to feel the pressure that I have to contribute more. But yeah, the gift box event has been super fun. It's been super fun. Technically, since I did one art, I'm good. I don't have to do any more, do I? But I'd like to. There's so many characters that I want to draw in there. Jao Ozaki is here. Hi, Jao. Bwah. Tomo's glad, or Snail's glad Tomo's okay. I'm sure Tomo's also glad Snail's okay. They just had a bit of health scare with their dog, so I totally get you. Oof, I hope your puppy's alright. I hope your puppy's good. Oh yeah, and how's the new kitty doing? Is the new kitty doing good? Buru, the artistic clown man, is here for the first time. It's lovely to meet you, Buru! Jack is here. We got the stinky cheese emote. I've been wanting to make a cheesecake flavored stinky cheese emote. I think that would be great. Especially so that I could use stinky cheese off of Twitch, too. Snail is doing homework. Ethereal's in meetings. But yeah, I'm doing nice. We got a hydrate and stretch from Max, and Prithvi's here. Max and Prithvi are here. Ugh, a big stretch. Oh, and my glasses are on. My glasses are on. Very nice, very nice. A good stretch. We're gonna do proper artist stretches by the time we start. Before we start. Let's see. No stress of needing to do 1,000 artworks. I mean, you don't have to do 1,000 artworks in Art Fight either, but you do anyway. There's a big fight going. Marsilio and Clover. Oh, and Leo. Leo took the win with the Clover backstab while Clover was occupied trying to fight Mars. Daddy's doing well, keeping you away from your homework though. Woof. Woof. Spicy! I have to learn the gif of Germa breakdancing and turn that into my breakdancing. It was so stinky! You did just watch a Lucky Star episode of the Weebies, didn't you? Oh, so much chat. Seareed is here. Seareed is here! Hi! Oh, what a lovely person to have join on a paint-along stream. You gonna be painting with us, see? That a toasty? Wait, there's so much chat. A goodly cheeky while. Question of the day, artists, how long have you been drawing? Feel free to pipe up in chat. How long you been putting that pen to that paper? Were you grabbing, what do you call them? Markers? As a little 3-year-old baby? Spicy nose Buru? That's nice. Kind of sick right now. I got a bad cold, but I will join the art study. Excellent, Prithvi. Studies are fun. Chris started drawing back in November 18th, 2024. Oh, so almost a year. That's awesome. Fennel! Hi, Fennel. Welcome in. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you here. Yippee! How was your stream? Let me shout you out. Fennel Fox. Viti. Everybody throw Fennel a follow. Hit the little heart at the top of chat. Throw Fennel a follow to give them a big thank you for raiding in today. The foxes have left the forest and come into the fairy glade. You're in the fairy glade now. Nikki, is that their name? Pastel Mizzy is here. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Seaweed unfortunately can't paint along today. I have too much work. Oof. But I saw you were doing a paint along, so I at least wanted to watch. Thank you, Seaweed. Thank you for stepping in for that. So many wonderful people here already. Sorry, my VTuber broke. When Chi-Chi's... I got Chi-Chi tabbed open. Like at all times, whenever she's live. But when Chi-Chi's tracking stops working, because maybe she leaves the range or something, her model will fall asleep like that. Maybe I gotta figure out how to make my model do that. Sent crawlers and immediately got distracted. Hi, Leo. Welcome in. I was lurking earlier. Hope the game was doing well. The game. Oh, lurking in Fennel's chat. Yeah, what were you up today, Fennel? Hi, Raiders. I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. I like to draw. We like mostly character art and pixel art. We like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And we just love chilling and having a good time. Oh yeah, we've got a pronoun check too. Phantom's here too. Hi, Phantom. OMG, you're first. Snail has redeemed a pronoun check. We are cashing in our pronoun checks at the Woke Bank. If I don't know your pronouns, I don't know how to refer to you. So if you would like to, if you're comfortable, feel free to throw in your pronouns in chat. Feel free to do so. Lurk and work mode. Enjoy your lurk and work, Phantom. Big huggy for you. There you go. Sweet, we got some they thems, we got some he hims. Hey fim fair. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Gee they. Very nice, very nice. Oh, stream was lightly cursed and my head hurts, but we've been playing a really intense indie game called Moondown. Ooh, Moondown? Moondown? He, him, for now. Do I sense an egg? Is there an egg somewhere around here? He. But I'm glad you had a fun stream, Fennel. If you gotta go wind down, if you gotta get out of here, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. You had a fun stream. You deserve to take some time off. But if you did want to hang out and vibe, we've got a beanbag chair for you, and I've got a can of crisp, cold, ruby red squirt for you to drink, if you would like to. Oh, it's a town in Switzerland. I don't know how to pronounce it either. I like Moondown. It's kind of whimsical. All pronouns. Very nice, very nice. Oh my god, Caspi, that's fantastic news! I got told I'll be able to go on HRT in the upcoming 3 months. Yay! Oh, that's such a big W. That's such an incredible W. Everybody do clappies in chat. Everybody do clappies in chat for Caspi. I've been waiting 5 years. I'm so happy for you. That's so wonderful. Yes, achieve your true form. But yeah. We're finally settling into stream, I think. Oh, how long has it been? Oh, almost a half hour? That's fine. That's fine. I gotta drive, but I'll be back in a bit to work on my ref sheets. Doing root goals right now, but I got slapped for it being NSFW in a different server. It wasn't. He's just got that fit on. Yeah, happy HRT! Happy HRT! Aid's been on that journey too for a while, right? That's crazy though. I'd like to see it. I don't know how, risque it's supposed to be, but... Yeah. We should do an art show today. Let's do an art show today. That sound good? I've been having times where I felt like being identified as something else than he, him, not gonna lie. But I'm not in a good place for self-discovery right now. Prith, if you ever want me to try new pronouns or names for you on my stream, this is a safe place. A safe place and community to do so, okay? Okay? Enjoy your unscreened fennel. Thank you again so much for writing in. It was lovely to see you here today. Wait! Aid, I thought you were trans this whole time. This whole time I thought you were trans. I didn't even know. I was just assuming, I guess. That's what I get, huh? Prithby's a pretty gender neutral name? Right. But you know how Omelet's been on that, trying out the name Roy. Like that, stuff like that. But how about we get into these stretches, huh? This is a lovely little image that I grabbed on Tumblr, from this Tizzy McWizzy person. We've got good stretches for getting ready to do some art. I am Prithby forever. That's awesome. Ah, I see. It's complicated, huh? Well, I'm glad your cool boy chemicals are helping you anyway. We've got these nice stretches. A good way to get our, protect our hands and fingers and shoulders and back from becoming victim to too much art. You know? Oh, a mesh shirt and his shorts button isn't buttoned. He's just got that fit on. What are they, prudes? I no judgment, I guess, but can't a guy dress cute? Can't a guy dress cute without being called like a inappropriate? I mean, maybe he shouldn't like wear that to school. But you know, let's do these stretches real quick, huh? Normally I would have my hand tracking on for this, but with the like hand pose that my model's in, it would look really weird if I did. So we're gonna skip that. Okay. We're gonna start here with the wrist up, wrist down. It says do 20 seconds for each stretch, but I'm impatient. So we're gonna do 10 seconds for each stretch. I'm good. Migraine meds is basically HRT because it makes me suffer less. I mean, right on. Okay, left hand. You guys ready? My hypermobile self can't stretch for Jack. Do it until you feel like you're pressing the boundaries just a little bit, you know? Hypermobility. I have some hypermobility in my hands and fingers. I guess I've got some hypermobility all over my body, but I know how you feel. You just kind of gotta push the pose until it feels like you're stressing it just a little bit. Hi, Hacho, saludos, friend. Is that bread? I have it. Yeah, it's the double ball joints, the double booty joints. Buzzbot. Not the double booty joints. No way. Okay. Starting with our left hand. Right? Wrist up. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wrist down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To our right hand. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Down. No. Huh? How do I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm gonna roll them out. Oh, I do consider myself trans non-binary, just for clarity. Oh, me too! Me too! But my HIT isn't necessarily trans me. Interesting! I straight up thought you were AFAB aid. Gender's so strange. Gender's so strange. Okay, let's do the grip. Hand grip stretch. We're gonna repeat it 10 times, okay? Out. 1, out. 2, out. 3, out. 4, out. 5, out. 6, out. 7, out. 8, out. 9, out. 10. Then let's interlock. Ready, set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa, roll it out. I do consider, I have hypermobile elbows. I love scaring people whenever I move my arms backwards. Are my elbows hypermobile? Should I, like, be doing these in the Tomo cam or something? Hi, I have hands. It's just there's nothing really visual going on when I do it. Hello, my room. I used to be able to lick my elbow. It's great for when you've run out of chicken nuggets but you still have sauce. You just dip the elbow in there and go for it. I need to talk to my therapist about being trans, because I am. I don't use the label, but I am. I mean, right on, right on. I got less hypermobile as I got more fat, though. Yeah, that's true, that's true. That happens. I'm kind of chubby. I used to be able to twist myself like a pipe cleaner. But not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, fingertip touches. Any fingertip touches? Let me scooch over my mic. We can do this. Okay. How does this go? How does this go? 1, out. 2, out. 3, out. 4, out. Huh? What does 6 happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I see. You start here. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me do it with the other hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that sure does make my hands feel stretched. If I had a nickel every time someone made a dip your elbow in sauce joke, I'd have 2 nickels, but it isn't a lot, but one of them was me. Wait, really? I got less hypermobile as I got more cheeky. They don't account for cheeky people who have mobility issues. Oh, I feel like part of my hypermobility, I don't know, it's never been like diagnosed or anything, but I can turn my knuckles into popcorn. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But I told, when I hear my thumb, I told the hand doctor about that, hand bone doctor, and he was like, oh yeah, you've got it has something to do with having hypermobile joints in my hands, and also don't do that too much, he said. In Sleepy Procyon's chat, I actually almost dipped my elbow in my McDonald's sauce, so they made it a chat command. Oh, that's silly. That's silly. Okay, we've got more stretches to do. These ones. I won't be able to put my hands in front of the camera for that. Oh, A-Leaf downloads hypermobile. Yeah. Regardless if you have it or not, you gotta lose weight to deal with it. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Well, so it goes, huh? Who's Sleepy Procyon? I love when a streamer gets just mentioned in chat because I want to shout them out. Sleepy Procyon. Just so you know. Just, you know, so that I get to know who my peeps like. I just want to know. Ugh, an ad? No. Oh.
Okay, now I know how to do that. Oh no! Oh, this is a... y'all saw nothing, right? Hi, Jenny. Hey, Jenny, how are you?
What are you doing?
What are we doing in here?
Those are Voices of the Void?
Nothing.
Ah, I missed
Nothing
Archie's Voices of the Void
Absolutely
stream.
nothing. We're trying to help my friend here. Welcome in. It's good to see you.
That's crazy. That's wild. Oh my god, we're so bad at staying focused. We're doing more stretches. Left arm, in front, cross over to the right. Ready, set, 1, 2. Oh, this one's not easy. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoo! And we're gonna go other arm, cross in front, right arm, cross in front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woof. I sure love not being in shape. I wish I had money for a gym membership. It's too cold to want to go out and exercise by myself now. Spicy's talking. I found out the less weight I have, the more pain I'm in. Even if it's consistent and muscle building. That physical therapy was 20 pounds lighter at one point. Huh. Interesting, interesting. I became less mobile but less bone hurty. Ah. Even if I do identify myself as a cis straight male, well, not really super straight as I'm demisexual and romantic, there's been times where I have been acting more feminine than masculine, to be honest. I don't mind being a guy. Dude, you know how many feminine dudes there are? There's a ton. There's so many. You could be the cutest, prettiest he, him ever. It was actually a feminine trans man that sort of made me understand that I'm allowed to be non-binary even though I like pretty flowers and being cute and stuff. So your gender identity is like there's no reason that your presentation has to quote unquote match your gender identity, you know? Those two things can be separate. Or like in my case, they can be like being cute and pretty is kind of like part of my gender identity, but not in a female way. You know what I mean? It's interesting. It's interesting. You're super valid. Whatever you choose to do, Pit. Let's put our elbows behind our head. This one right here. This one right here. Most people on first sight think of me like I'm some intimidating big bear guy, then I hit them with the "he day please." I love that. I love that, Aid. Dude, when somebody hits me with their pronouns, then Like, that's immediate signal to me that this person would understand me a little better, so I don't have to mask as much. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna put my left elbow up behind my head and pull it in. Ready, set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa. Right elbow. Go. Ready, set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Guys, why is art stretches the most exercise that I ever get? More pronouns! If I don't know your pronouns, feel free to throw them in chat. Or if I do know them already, you know, just help us understand how to interact with each other more. Oh yeah, there's also, I didn't send this one last time, but if you hit that little link, happy Halloween! If you hit that link, okay, wait, let me get rid of that. There we go. You can put your pronouns next to your name in the Twitch chat using a Twitch extension. I'll be able to see them. We do need to cash the check, so my cat's pronouns are he, him. What's your cat's name? You don't need to dox him if you don't want to. We got neck rolls. You guys are gonna be able to see this one just fine. We're gonna go clockwise. And we're gonna go 5 times. We're gonna do some deep neck rolls. Doodle! Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, ready? Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I say we would do 10? We'll do 5 each direction. The other way. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm so happy I get to hang out with you guys right now. The muffin killer really doxed me. Okay, chin to chest. We're gonna go 10 seconds. Ready, set, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ugh, and come back. He would do it to me too if I gave him the chance and he got any attention in exchange. Ada, I'm glad to see you back and more active again. I'm glad, I'm happy. It's just so many wonderful people in here today already. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous, especially streaming a little earlier on, because I have a lot of overlap with Chi-Chi's community. I have a lot of overlap with Chi-Chi's community, so the amount of viewers I have, like, shoots up whenever Chi-Chi's stream ends. So I have less viewers before Chi-Chi's stream ends. And I've been worrying about having, like, overlapping stream time with her, which is why a lot of my streams are moving up to 4 p.m. now. But it's just the fact that you all are here, and not necessarily, like, there's so many people that necessarily I didn't meet through Chi-Chi. Crispy's an exception, but that's okay. We'll both have to collab forever. Honestly, I could stand to do more collabs with Chi-Chi. I'm not gonna lie. I could stand to do that. I'll enjoy your, like, pastel, but the fact that you guys showed up for this today, it makes me happy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I met you through Chi-Chi, is why you're the, exception for what I'm talking about. But, that's fine. It's fine, it's good. Somebody new just showed up. We got a couple more stretches. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted, Cheesy. Don't get distracted. We got pull back to do. I'm gonna come up in my chair for this. Scooch forward. Okay. Palms up. Palms up. Cross your fingers over each other. We have 10 seconds, okay? Ready, set, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that one's good. I like that one. That makes the shoulders feel just right. Ugh, I'm still sniffly too. What a shame. Don't mind me? Oh, you're all good, Prith. You're all good. Okay. We're gonna do chair twists. These are fun. Sometimes it makes my back go like... in the best way, of course. We're gonna go to the right. Okay. Ready, set, go. Oh. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why am I like starting at 10 for half of these and starting at 1 for the other half? It's fine. I gotta get back on meds. Okay, other way, other way. Ready, set, go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! And this one's easy. We're gonna reach up. Keep our back straight. Spine to the sky. Crown of our head level and tall. Ready, set, up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pretty good, pretty good. And then weightlifter. Weightlifter. We're gonna lift weights because we're so strong. We're so strong. 10 times. I've got my hands up by my head, facing forward. We're gonna go 10 times. Okay, ready, set, up. 1, up. 2, up. 3, up. 4, up. 5, up. 6, up. 7, up. 8, up. 9, up. 10. Why is this the most exercise I ever get? I'm gonna throw this at Chi-Chi. I'm gonna make Chi-Chi do it too. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Going in. It just only allows, it like makes a playlist on the spot. And you can put in 2 songs in the playlist at the same time.
Oh yeah, she's doing song requests.
Try this.
She went, I like when she does that.
Oh, I should start doing this for my stretches. Teens, I'm gonna literally leave this open. Mobark said print it out. I'm gonna print it out. Hold on, let me turn on the printer.
We can hear the stream? Yes, indeed. I turned it on purpose.
I'm gonna print this out. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, back to my stream. Bye!
And wait, Ruby, excited to see the animation.
Bye with a W in it. Okay, okay, we did it. We got through the stretches. It's only been like almost an hour. Pigs! Hi, Pigs! Welcome in! Hey, when you can hear the booty. Buzzbot, Buzzbot, what do you mean you can hear the booty? What do you mean? I already do these basic stretches when I gym? Yeah. I don't have a gym membership anymore. I can't afford it. No, don't poo on my keyboard. Don't poo on my keyboard, Tomo. I had to, like, throw him off of it. Here. There you go. There you go. I can clean it off the floor. I can't clean it off the keyboard. I mean, I can clean it off the keyboard. It's just not easy. Hi, Pigs! How's it going? We finally got through these. So if anybody's been, like, trying to get their, Paintalong stuff ready, then, you've had time. I've been considering investing in some weights to lift, but then the combo of not knowing what I'm in for and knowing mobility issues can get funky has been stopping me. Interesting. I wonder, I don't know if you have like the resources for this, but if you could work with like a physical therapist, on knowing knowing what form sort of works for you. Are you gonna do a micro art block, you think? Yeah, knowing what form works for you. And how much you should put into it. Hi Tomo, welcome to my shoulder. He's coming back to the desk. Oh, he's got hair stuck to his foot. Hey! Here, let me get this hair off of Tomo's foot. Give me a sec. I'll be back. I got it! All good! Okay. We're back, we're good. Got referred to the physical therapist for the sake of learning that, but I had to chase Tomo around the room a little bit. But my insurance only covered 3 appointments, which is not going to be enough. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. The way that, Dutch insurance stuff seems to work is interesting. What was I expecting? I've been drawing for a year almost daily. It's obvious I got art block. I mean, hey, you've been doing great, Prisby. You've been doing fantastic. In the first 2 years, I made more than 1 CSP file on average. Every day? I have to choose new insurance at the end of the year, so I'm going for a full package situation. That's good call. Good call. Let me get my iPad stream up and running again. No, not that one, not that one. We can pull that away. We've got our image over in the corner. More than one on average per day. Now I've been in an art funk and I made like 2 art pieces in October and nothing new yet this month. Whoa. You think you'll join us for the Paintalong perhaps? Perhaps, maybe? Maybe, perhaps? We're gonna spend... Let's reset this. 2 hours. We're gonna spend 2 hours. Wow. Let me change the format. There we go. We're gonna spend 2 hours on this. Just try to recreate the image. Enough drawing cute anime girls for now. Trying to draw sceneries again. Yeah. Oh, hi, Nyx. Welcome in, Nyx Darkling. It's good to see you today. Good to see you. We are just starting with the Paintalong shortly. I did consider, but I'm also trying to give myself as much space as I need to not feel like I'm rushing back into things. That's true. That's true. Don't force it unless you feel like you need to. I did go to an open day at the art school I've been looking at, and they advise experimenting for a portfolio. So eventually, I do gotta get studies in, and not just hot fantasy men and friends. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I like kind of avoid. What is this? Floroma Town. Insane in the Rain music cover. I've seen this name before. Whoops. I pressed the wrong button. That's fine. There, that's where we were. Yeah, it's really easy to avoid art things that you struggle with. So yes, diversify, yeah? Diversify! We've got a 2-hour timer. We're gonna take a little break in about 15 minutes. The ads are gonna start. The ads are gonna start then. And we'll take it easy. We'll take it easy for a sec. While the ads go. Then we'll hop back into it. And then we'll just like feel out the pace from there. That sound good? My desk lamp keeps turning off and back on. I don't know why. This will be an interesting ref to paint. Ooh, you're gonna try it too? Next. If you guys want to post your results in my Discord, you can hop in there if you're not there yet. Okay. I say we go ahead and hit the timer. Sound good? Clip Studio up and ready to paint along. Woohoo! That's so fantastic. That's so fantastic. Ready, set, go. Okay. I'm gonna sort of first, let me grab my pencil brush. Sort of judge the, well, locked layer selection. Whew, I'm glad I wasn't drawing on that one. Sort of judge the dimensions of the canvas of the image. Rectangle. That seems about right. No. Rectangle. And make it big. Make it big. I'm gonna put a light sketch down before I start getting colors in. Okay. There's a sort of quote-unquote horizon line, the edge of the table over there. It's kind of at an angle. Just a bit over the center. Like right there. Gonna darken my rooms and do the art as it's nighttime. I don't want to wake my parents up or anybody. Right. It's late for you, huh, Prithvi? Make sure not to push yourself too hard this late. We've got this. Like a little board that it's sitting on. The one thing about studies, especially timed studies, is that you gotta learn what to prioritize. What exactly do you want to be, like, strict about in your art, or in this piece? Like, I'm obviously, especially for sketch, I'm not prioritizing clean line art. So it's gonna be sketchy messy. But I'm definitely trying to get the shape just right. And then the cup. The edge of the cup sits right at this little horizon line. And then that's much too big, isn't it? The horizon line is too tall. We're gonna scoot that down. I won't finish it, but I'll sketch out the basics. Right on, Prith. Yeah, I plan on going in with color and everything. Down there. Is that about right? I think that's about right. Does this count as a still life? I guess technically the water pouring isn't quote-unquote still. But I feel like this counts as a still life painting. I feel like that phrase still life was more important before like photography existed that you could reference off of. I want this shape to be skinnier. Then the drink is about there. There's the bottom of the cup. I'm gonna scooch that in a little. Maybe I should start doing these in Clip Studio Paint. Because I gotta get used to that program. Maybe it's a real impressive ice sculpture, and instead of water, the bottle is floating there. Oh, maybe. That would be crazy. All that, like, weight of the bottle on that little stick of ice. That would be crazy impressive. We got some Fire Emblem. Let's see, how many stripes do we see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just a little bit of 7. That's right, it doesn't have to be exact. And then lime. Cute little lime slice. This is reminding me of a delicious beverage I got at my sister's wedding. I recently brought it up again when I was talking to somebody. We went to this real fancy, like, it was kind of like Japanese American fusion kind of situation, like the whole restaurant. And I had this drink that was it was a shaved ice, and it had like cucumber mint lime kind of flavors going on. Let's see, right about here, a little rounder. Oh, the lime slice sort of, because of the shape of the glass, it kind of like cuts in here. We got put in the basic shapes for this bottle. It's got sort of like a sloped edge. And there's a hand holding it. We just get to suggest over here. Whoa! I keep accidentally selecting the eraser. Just at the edge there. Yeah, that's fine. There's beverage in here. Yes, I am using an Apple Pencil on an iPad. iPad Pro 11-inch. Yeah, proportions are tough. Proportions are tough, but you know, the more you practice with studies like this, the easier it'll get. For me, it's been a while. It's been a little while. But for proportions, I really gotta, like, turn on my brain for it. Sometimes with the, like, painting and putting in colors and stuff, you can just kind of go brain off. Oh, I like all the Fire Emblem in this playlist. I said ugh because I like it. What's up with that? Oh, and having digital art tools to resize and whatnot also sure helps. And then some leaf here. Have this come down a little more. A lime here. A lime there. One there. A leaf here. I learned my skills for doing studies from Allie Briggs. Allie Briggs art. She's a streamer. She doesn't stream too much lately. Yeah, let's bring this closer to the edge. She doesn't stream too much lately. She's got a lot of stuff going on, but she's an amazing fantasy illustrator. I met her before she had like her art published in like Critical Role books and stuff. It's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's so skilled, and I'm so blessed to have been able to learn from her. I use this iPad brand called Sketchbook, and my Apple Pencil is called a store-bought mechanical pencil. Dude, Prithvi, you're stronger than me. You're stronger than me. Whenever I do traditional, it's only ever like doodles. Just little doodles. We get some Kirby Epic Yarn music. Get these leafy bits in here. One thing I gotta get better at is drawing vegetation. Cheesecake bunning it fairy doll style. Are they floated with the crows? I'll change it in just a moment. We have our ad starting soon, so once about a minute's up, we'll do that. I just want to get these leaves in there. I'm for as like cute and cottagecore as I am, I kind of struggle with like vegetation and stuff. I kind of struggle to draw flowers. I was really pushing myself when I was making the overlay for this overlay that I've got here. Because I had to like... Here, we can just suggest the shape of these. I had to draw a bunch of flowers and plants and stuff, and I was like... We've got the ad starting shortly. I'm gonna go ahead and pause this. I can take a little break. I'll take a little break. I'll change the welcome board too. Ads are gonna run for about 1.5 minutes. So let's just hang out. Let's just hang out while the ads run. I'm good? Do you guys have any plans for the evening? I'm gonna watch a movie with my family. We try to do family movie nights the first Tuesday of every month, but we had to skip last Tuesday. I don't remember why, but we did. There we go. Plants are funky because the negative space can be just as important as the actual space it takes up. Absolutely, absolutely. And some of them have like unusual textures. Character art is really my forte because I love drawing people's bodies. I love drawing bodies of people. I'm really like, I feel like I've done a lot of practice with anatomy and poses, and I think emotion and personality are really, really fun things to depict. I specifically hate drawing people. Okay, right on, right on. We've all got different things that we're used to and different strengths. I think like emotion and personality are things that are really, really fun to depict. So I'm very used to character art and things like vegetation and the thing about vegetation actually is that I feel like what? I thought I paused this. There we go. I feel like I struggle to truly properly depict the beauty and delicateness of nature, you know? I struggle with anatomy and posing, but I love character design and themes. Wow, yeah. Character design is fun. Character design is fun. There's such a variety of plants. No one would here draw a plant and think of a plant that looks like the Cape Sundew plant. Let me look that up. Cape Sundew. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, you know what I love? I love these old vintage, like vintage scientific plant illustrations. There's really cool ones of like, what do you call it? Like jellyfish and, you know, bugs and stuff like that. Curtis's Botanical Magazine. Ugh, yeah, no, I love these, like, vintage plant illustrations. Whoop. Cape Sundew is my favorite plant because of how alien it looks. It is really interesting. What's my favorite plant? It was my grandma's favorite, and then she passed away, and then I inherited it. She likes chicories. Now I like chicories. Aren't they so pretty? Aren't they so sweet? There's chicories on my overlay. Who's frozen in the in the tea room? Is that Electro? I feel like that's Electro. No, it was Phantom. Did he, like, exclamation mark sit in there? Or was he frozen in there? Was he stuck on something? On my overlay, next to Morphomon, the little blue flowers, right to Morphomon's left, those are loosely, vaguely inspired by chicories. I think they're so pretty. Yeah, I struggle, I feel like I struggle to quite portray the delicate beauty of nature, you know? But we are back from ads. Welcome back from ads, everybody. You want to get back to it? How's Chi-Chi doing? How's Chi-Chi doing? She's chilling. Every freaking way. She's so cute. The blue plant looked like toucans. Toucans. Toucans are cute. Did you know that toucans behaviorally are very similar to, parrots? A lot of parrot care, like overlaps with toucan care. Let's get the timer going again. Ready, Zach, go! A lot of parrot care overlaps with toucan care. Obviously, it's not quite the same because they're different animals with different needs, different kinds of animals. There's some sort of object over here. Oh, there's like a tablecloth in the background. Oh! You know what? Putting this tablecloth in the background serves to make the drink itself look like brighter and more refreshing. Because it's white behind this clear whatever's going on. So if it was brown in the background behind this, then it would look less refreshing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's a joke to be made here about parrot sounding like parent, but I can't make it. Maybe somebody else can. Guys, we need an expert. Is anybody here good at jokes? Cheesecake stream, no way. Okay, shouldn't go too hard in the details because it's blurry back there. There's... Oh, it's got a plant in it. That's what it is. It's like a vase of sorts. We need Buzzbot right now. Buzzbot! Buzz, where are you? We need your booty. We got a leaf right here. What a beautiful image. Very nice photo. Oh, the angle on that's a little bit wrong. Something's not right proportionally. This lime, too big. How are you guys' arts going? Going good so far? There's also like a divot. Divot here. There's a divot here. I need to make this leaf smaller. The undersketch, this undersketch is, where making sure the proportions are correct. That's where you can do that. I mean, you can change things later, but... Not entirely sure. I'm not a very fast artist. I mean, hey, Nix, neither am I. But also doing timed studies helps make one become a faster artist. Generally. Are you liking how it looks so far? This one's very thin. Okay. I think I got everything. All the placement stuff, really. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna turn down the opacity on that a little bit. This is my first time drawing something that's not anime girls. It's interesting. It really is interesting. You're training the way that you're training the connection between your eye and your mind, then your mind and your hand, in replicating an image. You know, the way that your mind sort of communicates that information and make it work. I'm going to paint under this. We're gonna use my Mark Burnett square. I'm gonna color pick with my eyes. It's dangerous. Dangerous color picking with my eyes. Hi, Nikki! All art is shapes and values, and learning that is good. Absolutely, Nikki. You're so right. It's nice to see you today. Welcome in. The art school did say they turned down people who only traced manga characters when I visited the open day, and it did make me go, okay, chart of fixation needs to take a break now. My first thought was I would draw a nuclear reactor. Wait, what did I miss? There's so much. Oh, variety of plants. Yeah, draw a nuclear reactor. That would be sick. A nuclear power plant is the wrong kind of plant. I'm gonna put this blue tone all under the image. Under the whole thing. Let's see. I'm just kind of start putting colors in places. Scary as it may be. I did my art for the day, did a new craft. What did you do, Nikki? What did you do? After we're done with this, we're gonna do an art share. So you can save it for that if you want. Let's see. Let's see, let's get a warmer. That's about right. That's about right. Okay. And then... What is this from? If I had to guess, I'd say it's Octopath Traveler 2. Let's see. Oh, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Dang it! How do you feel about self-portraits and art share? There you go. Go for it. We've done it before. We got white going on here too. As long as you're comfortable sharing it, and also I know that you're an adult. Oh, Lino Cut! I made a stamp. I'm upcycling a sweatshirt and wanted to make stamps for the sweater. That's so fun, Nikki. That's so fun. You can wait for Artshare to show it off after that timer up in the corner there. Or you can throw it in the Discord and I'll have a look after stream. I may be a little guy, but I'm also an adult. Dude, me too. I feel the same way 100% of the time. Got some light going on in here. We got some light going on in here. Just get the basic stuff down. I'm gonna get this brown color in. I'm scared of this color. I fear I will do it wrong. More like this? Here, let's make this... Oops. There we go. Now I can see. Whoa. That eraser. I hardly know her. Don't worry about the details, Cheesy. Don't do it. Don't do details yet. No detail. Get that out of here. No detail yet. Unless you want to do detail yet. I'm not the boss of you. I'm gonna get some of this limey color going on in here. Needs to be limier. I mean, less slimy, I guess? Needed to be bluer. I want to get those green tones. Me. Bluer. Softer. should I try not to undo? I wonder why I'm avoiding all the green. Maybe because I want to save it. This is about the same color. We need to be a little oranger. I want it to be up here. There we go. Okay. Okay. Green time. This finger hand. A little redder. There we go. You gotta go by what you see, not what makes sense to you sometimes. You know what I mean? Green. In a nice yellow, limey, greeny color. Actually, everything I see makes perfect sense to me. Booty I see makes perfect sense to me. I'm built different. Go you! You're right, we did need Buzzbot to come in with good jokes. That was a good joke in itself too, though. That was good. That's silly. Yeah, just right up on the edge there. Then we got coming out to the side. Some bright yellowy tones. Softer. There we go. Don't worry about the details, Cheesy. Ugh, I'm worrying so much about the details. Get these leaves in here. I want to see you design a Buzzbot Kijinka. Wait, that would be super cute. That'd be great. No, I kind of want to see me do that. bluer. More muted. There we go. Just get the colors down, cheesy weezy. I feel like maybe now we're getting to the point where I can start color picking. See. There's a certain way sometimes that the light hits plants that has a really, like, muted tone to it. Like this sort of color. Like when the light reflects off the leaves. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, this kind of makes me wanna play Art Academy on the 3DS again. Done the basic sketches and now on to bed with my blinky on. Feel free to throw that in the Discord so that I can see it later. Let me see. I remember one time at Painting Camp I made 37 happy little trees. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Hi, Sound Ninja. Hi, it's good to see you today. How you doing? Okay. What do I have? Ooh. Ooh, this glass is gonna be interesting to render. I want this color. At some point, I could also try, remove this? Should I remove it or try to, like, merge it down? And try to work with it like that. I don't know, I'll just keep going for now. I just got home from work, so I've got about 30 minutes till my brain explodes. What? You're gonna explode your brain? Why's your brain exploding? I'll post it tomorrow. I'm in bed right now. Don't want to go to my desk right now. That's fair, that's fair. Frisbee, who is that cutie pie? Their outfit is... They got the same colors. They use the same colors as me. But yeah, absolutely, you gotta get your rest, Brith. You gotta get you rest. There's an ad starting in about 40 seconds. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. Thank you. This song is cute. What? Hydrate? VTuber friend of mine. Oh, okay, okay. Meeting's over early. Yay! Go Ethereal! Enjoy your lurk, Jack. Thank you for the sippy. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Don't be on the floor. And free booty. Wow. I'm liking how this is looking so far. I'm not gonna lie. Let's get white, and we're going to put it on this bottle. Ah, not eraser. Glass is so fun to render because it's like, yeah, this looks fine, and then you put like white highlights in, and it's like, wait a second, is that glass? Does it suddenly look like glass? Then you get some dark colors in there, and it's like, stop switching to the eraser. We got some like, what is the color of this beverage? I wonder what this is. Just a little bit of in there. Oh, there's already a bird in here. Oh, it could be mint water. True. Mint water. Mint water. Mint water. Oh, I served something like that at my wedding. Congrats on being married. That's pretty cool. I'd like to be that someday. And it sounds like you had a nice wedding too. You serving mint water? That sounds like a nice wedding. Imagine marrying. I could never. You're so valid, Brit. You're valid. So interesting getting more of these details in and seeing it sort of start to come together. Have a good eat, Brit. Night night. That was my first wedding. Nice wedding, bad husband. Second wedding was very small in the park, but the husband I got is 150% quality. Ah! I'm so happy for you, Nix. You got a really nice wedding and a really nice husband. They just happened at a different time. They just happened at different times. I would love, like, I want my wedding to be like a small one in a park. It sounds really nice. I had a brain blast where he said, "Congrats on being married," where I imagined an AU where the first response after was, "No, I got divorced." I mean, she became married at least. And also that kind of is what happened. It's not an AU. Oh, I forgot the other limes over here. Ooh, who is that on the sax? Going crazy. Very dark lime shade. I find when I'm doing studies, I can be hesitant to use like really dark colors. But I think part of that's just like sort of from my style. I'm just thinking about like the insane imposter syndrome I get about my art sometimes. Like I'm not that bad. I'm not so bad. But I sure do sometimes feel like it. Just 'cause let me think. What is it? What is it about my art that sort of trips me up? It's like I don't have the same sort of output that a lot of artists that I admire do. Like a lot of artists that I admire, they'll be doing like a lot of really nice art really fast, you know? Or they're doing like lots of comfortable loose sketches that are like really fun in style and stuff like that. And it makes me feel like I wish I was as good an artist as this person. Even if I am a good artist. You are a good artist, Jeezy. What do I want to do? I get thinking like that, but also social media really can make you think someone uploads way more than they do. Really? Is that so? I think my art is okay, but then I'll watch a better artist and it's like, maybe my art actually sucks, right? And you know, then you see people doing something like absolutely amazing and it's like, oh. Dang. But you know, we're all at different parts in our journeys, and I'm sure 100% those artists that you like envy or admire have their own struggles with their own art. Oh yeah, this whole part down here is nice and dark. They have their own issues with their own art. Really dark. Really dark. Push it, jeez. Push it. Push that dark tone. A little bit here. Around this little corner here, put in some shading. Basically, don't let the evil brain goblins tell you what to do. That's all. Don't let the evil brain goblins judge your worth. Because they are evil brain goblins. Like, come on. Just a little bit here. Come in with more crisp crystal ice color. Okay, yeah, I think I want to sort of start to get to the shaping and detail of the cup. Do I get rid of this yet? You think I'm ready? I'm gonna crop it. Should I paint it the way it is now, or should I merge down the pencil layer? Oh, hi, Valrith! Is it a mojito? Is that what this is? If someone makes 5 pieces during 2 months and posts them over a week, you can fill in the gap and think they have that output consistently. That's true. That's true for sure. Hey, if my desk lamp could stop turning on and off constantly, that would be really nice. Unplug it. Unplug it and plug it back in. That was not my desk lamp. I gotta be careful that I don't, like, unplug my computer. Which one is my PC? Mojitos do have mint? That's true, that's true. Like, wouldn't it be funny if I just straight up unplugged my PC? There it is. Okay, I found it. It was a USB anyway. There we go. Oh my god, it's still doing it. But I gotta keep it on so that, I would turn it off normally, but I gotta keep it on so that the, algae in my brine shrimp tank, can continue to thrive. Lime, mint, and sugar with Cuban rum and club soda. Yum, that sounds good. That does sound really tasty. Do I gotta get a new desk lamp? Maybe one that's not, like, cheap? Cheap junk? It does help me with, like, keeping me front lit for my VTuber tracking. So I can go, what? And it picks up it picks it all up. I can go. Or I can get distracted while I'm supposed to be painting. I had a moment of indecision, and suddenly it's all going downhill. I think we lower the opacity. And do we merge down? Do we merge down? I'm scared. We're gonna start zooming in on the art soon too. If you have 10 artists you really like and each of them posts once a week, you can brain trap yourself into thinking each artist posts once a week. That's true too. That's true too. But you know, brain traps, true or not. Yeah, that's me. That's me exactly, Ethereal. Brain traps, be true or not. It's okay. It's okay for artists to be different. You know? Okay, I'm gonna merge it. I lived. I survived, guys. I made it. Let's put this plant in the background, because we didn't do that. Let's get this color. There. Okay, now we have the plant in the background. There we go. I think we'll start by working on this bottle. Whoops, not the eraser tool. Get this. I really want to define the shape. Find the shape out. You get those pretty bottle lid details. We want a darker tone of this too. We do have about an hour left, so we should keep that in mind. There's another one here. Yeah, it's been a while since I have done quite such a... What are you doing, Toma? What's up? Here, let me clean that up. Whoops. I dropped the toilet paper roll that I used to clean up Tomo's number 2s and it unrolled all over the floor. Oh, hi, Toba Coco. Oh, yum, apple juice, good for me to drink. Hi, Tofu. Yeah, it's apple juice or something like that. Some kind of juice. Whatever we do, we can end up fixing it later, so I'm not gonna stress too much about it. Oh yum, apple juice. Oh yum yum yum. How you doing, Tofu? How you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Let's get this blue color. A little brighter. Foxty, thank you for following. That's so sweet. Thank you. I made jelly. The PB&Js this week are bussin'. Ah, you'll have to send some through the teleporter. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let me try. Let me try. Okay. I have to define out this shape a little bit. Peanut butter jelly. And this and pull it out a little bit. I don't know why it looks like this, but it do. It just looks kind of slurry-ish in here. So many colors that are no particular color. I don't know, you know what I mean? Over in this corner. I'll just kind of blend out whatever. And put that white back in there. There we go. That looks a little better. I keep telling everyone your ears are a lie when they ask. I mean, I'm not lying. I never said that they were real ears. It was your foolish human attempt to assume you understood how my noggin works. How my senses work. Foolish human. Foolish human. I want this to be bluer, actually. At least this bit over here. Yes, your mortal mind. You're simply not fairy enough. I don't think it's beyond your understanding. I just think it's just human folly. You just didn't get it yet, but now you can. I'm glad Chi-Chi raided into you. It was fun. It was fun. We were literally like, okay, Boxy's doing a test stream, but what if we jump scare them? And then Chi-Chi like pretended that she wasn't. She was like, wait, but if it like messes them up, pretend it's Momark's fault. What? Oh, there's so much detail just in the... like, lip of the bottle here. Is this here? Hopefully I have a stream today, yeah! I also hope you have a stream today. Are you planning on it? Is it dependent on certain things? You say poor Momark, but I feel like Momark terrorizes Chi-Chi just as much. I think it's a mutual harassment. That's why they love each other. Because they can harass each other mutually. A relationship built on mutual harassment. Hopefully I have a booty today. Let's take this bluer color. This is coming out really interesting, I think. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get in all that detail. Wait. I just gotta try harder, actually. And not give up. I'm planning on it, just don't want to be coloring booba and rendering, and I don't want to show that on stream. That's valid. You could do like you could turn off the canvas stream and be like, we're just gonna hang out. I'm doing work that I can't show you. And it's still fun to hang out for streams like that. If people want to be there, then people will be there, you know what I mean? Not eraser. Family-friendly content. Ah, I see, I see. I should render man boba on stream to establish my brand better. Yeah, everybody watch Aid's stream. Everybody watch Aid. He is a long... What? Did I type it wrong? I typed Yeeshaw. He's a long-time friend of the stream, and he's epic. Weesna, it's Aid. He is a cowboy. Oh, it was Yi Shaw if you were playing a Hollow Knight Silk Song. Shaw! I don't know if I did that right. It's fine though. Here, let's go ahead and just go in and define this shape. Define the silhouette before putting the details in. That way it will scare me less. Milk! Here, let's get this blue in there.
Talamy_long story subscribed. They said.
Talamy! Thank you so much for your 18th month of subscription. Whoa! Welcome in, my friend. How you doing today? Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much, because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the... Oh, excuse me. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Woo! My breakfast from this morning is still bubbling in my gut a little bit. Bubbling in my fairy gut. We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you hanging around through the ad. I've never Hollow Knighted. It's really fun. It's a really fun game. It's pretty difficult, but it's really fun. Pretty fun. I haven't played Silk Song though. Doing okay, just got up for the day at 2 p.m. Woof. Yeah, I've had days like that. We are about halfway through. I kinda gotta speed it up. I could just decide to screw the time limit. Screw that! And just not worry about it. And just come back to this another time. However, what if I don't know? It's looking good? I'm glad, Ethereal, thank you. I officially hate my painting. Studies are hard. Studies are hard, that's for sure. But the more you do them, the more you'll get used to them. Oh, there we go. Ooh. It's when you get the little detail bits of contrast that it starts going like it starts working, it starts making sense. Maybe this was a more than 2 hour kind of drawing. I love the birdie noises in this. For a long time, I've been kind of like, I'm not a fan of when my video game music playlists have like nature sounds or whatever in it. But lately, I've been into it. I've been into it lately. Maybe it's just like that extra little push to help me focus. Oh, wow, pretty bird noises. Thank you, Ethereal, for the goose noises. The goose yelling. Let's get this blue color. And I wanna soften up this over here a bit. Just a bit. And we'll sort of blur it out. Because this is a background. This is a background element. We'll just wash it out a bit. it looks messy, but it'll look fine in the, like, complete composition. It's not so bad. Okay, don't worry about it, Cheesy. Don't worry about it. I do want to take this and make it... Give a little warmth to this skin here. Just sort of... I don't know, make it look a little more worked instead of not worked. Okay, I'm leaving this bottle alone now. We have 45 minutes and the rest of the image. My background element is air. I don't know why I said that like that. My background element, unlike you. Air is good. Air is a good element. Water is my element. Yeah, new question of the day. What's you guys' element? Hi, Vesper Star! Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you. I am enjoying it. I am enjoying it. It's kind of difficult, but it's a good time. It's a good time. Would you guys feel betrayed if I, made, like, extended my, time limit on this? You'd be like, what? Jeez, I thought you were doing this in... I forgot the rest of the sentence. I thought you were doing this in 2 hours. You crazy? Why'd you quit it? I just fear that I'm struggling to prioritize, you know? What the heck is wrong with you, Cheesy Weezy? The spicy pineapple juice has been calling me Cheesy Weezy, and it makes me happy. So I keep calling me Cheesy Weezy. It's just a hint of a suggestion of white over here. Also, how are you doing, Vesper? This paint of effect is so pretty with a bit of blur. Wow, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You're so sweet, Vesper. Let's get a... Whoa. Yeah, it's kind of difficult. Whoa. I want something bluer. It's deciding how much details do I want in. Surely background cup doesn't need all of my time. Yeah. That dark bit. Well, hydrate, thank you. Or background cup. What do you mean? You don't want to spend time with me? There we go. That's the color I was looking for. Ooh! Ooh, that good color. Okay, I'm gonna put this over here too. Little bit in here. I'll take a sippy in just a second. Over here. I'm a master at work. No. I was just talking about imposter syndrome earlier. Hi, Omelette, welcome in. Your booty, your rules. Wait, I missed some chat. Your monkey, your rules. My monkey. I guess it is my monkey, huh? It is my booty. Oh, is it like, not my monkeys, not my circus? I like that phrase. My mom says it all the time. Oh, Archer is here. Hi, Archer. Sip from the cup on canvas. Mmm. Aw, I'm glad you're here too, Vesper. I'm glad you're here. You're so stinking sweet. Wait, let me shout you out. Let me shout you out. Oh, hi, Roy. Hi, Roy. Vesper Star. Guys, Vesper's so stinking cute. She's got this adorable VTuber. She's got super cozy, very aesthetic co-working streams. I highly recommend. And she's like one of the most saccharine people, one of the most saccharine streamers I've met. Just super sweet. Super duper sweet. Well, I hesitate to work on this bottle again, but I just wanted to put more details into the lid. No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Cheesy. There we go. Okay. Now we can worry about this cup. We can make this cup nice and crisp. Mmm. What do you guys think this is? Do you think it's a mojito? I've never had a mojito before. Or a mojito. Mint leaves in the glass would be a mojito? Whoa. Wait, Vesper, do you and Tofu know each other? A cowboy-inspired mojito called a mojitter. A mojitter. The water coming out of the bottle is so good. Dude, it's the contrast. It's the contrast that does it. Like, you get that super bright white and this super dark bluish black, and you keep the details fine, and it just works. That's why doing like glass and stuff like that is really fun and satisfying to me. I'm drinking my mojito. Okay. I'm just gonna try to go... we'll try to go top to bottom, I guess. I could use a mojito right now. It's cold. Oh, a heater. Yeah, I've never had it before. It seems like it would be really good though. Yeah. Studies are fun. Studies can be really fun sometimes. There's some, there's something going on over here that's making it like dark. I don't know what this is. Some sort of background element that's dark that I wasn't even paying attention to. the amount of like shiny contrast that's going on in glass makes it really fun to paint. Oh, I've got the proportions totally wrong. Okay, no, we're fine. Just kind of roll with it. Just kind of roll with it. You're okay. All the background stuff is out of place. But it's okay, because the background stuff isn't what's important, right? I need to impress with this delicious glass of drink. The colors are just right, thank you. I color picked with my eyeballs. It's hard to get imposter syndrome when people are glazing me in chat. I could use a moheater. Just blend out all the background elements enough and people will think it's totally intentional. That's the thing, I am an imposter. I'm just pretending that I'm good at art so that people can go, wow, ooh. How long have you been drawing and do you use Clip Studio Paint? I've kind of been drawing since I was a little baby. You know, I was always doodling with, you know, markers and stuff ever since I could hold one. But I started taking like commissions. I started drawing characters more seriously probably middle school and high school. And I started taking commissions in 10th grade. So yeah, there's that. Let's get Let's grab that color. There we go. And I don't use... I'm not currently using Clip Studio Paint. I recently got a drawing tablet and there we go, let's get some around there. I recently got a drawing tablet and Clip Studio Paint, but I'm very unused to it. So I've been continuing to use Procreate because it's just more comfortable and less frightening. Oh yeah, I get that nice yellowy color. I'm using Procreate for the iPad right now. That'll do for the lime, at least for now. Let's get actually some of that in there. Yeah. I tried to like Procreate, but this didn't stag me. Sneg. Didn't, yeah. Stag? There's an elk around here somewhere. I like Procreate. I've spent years getting used to it, so I'm a fan. It's comfortable for me. I like the way the brushes work. That's probably my snag for Clip Studio Paint, is that the brushes just don't feel natural to me, because Procreate brushes just kind of work differently. Get a little texture in there. Make it look a little juicy. Make it look a little more organic over here. Still have a CSP V4 1 or 2 year trial laying around that should honestly just redeem myself. Yeah. You just realized I'm doing digital? True. You're alright, Snail. What do you use, Vesper? Do you do art? I actually don't know. Me being, again, an imposter, shouting out Vesper, but I don't even know if she does art. Let me make this a little... Yeah. Make that a little brighter. I use CSP, but I want to use Procreate too. Learn to use it? Yeah. It is nice. All of the tools are so, like, accessible right there. You know? Let's see. All just, like, accessible by touch. I want to make that less though. Let's do this. Oh yeah, right like that. Ooh, that's a good rim. There we go. There. Not so bad, not so bad. Here, let's use a slightly less white. I struggled with Procreate so bad, it was much easier to learn CSP. Interesting. Yeah, CSP... I feel like it's not that I haven't learned it. There's a lot of things that I'm still learning about it, for sure. But, I feel like it's more that I'm not comfortable with the brush engine especially, and all of the tools that I'm used to are less accessible. They're not so much right there and ready to use. There we go. Yeah. A drippy right there. I hope you guys have been enjoying the music. I'm so locked in, guys. I'm not even looking at chat. Hold on. I'm so focused. Okay. Oh, there we go, there we go. Whoa, why can't I scroll? There we go. I tried to like Procreate, it just didn't snag me as an asexual reel. Sometimes I wonder why they named this program that. Sometimes I wonder if they did that on purpose. This music is so calming. The nature sounds are the cherry on top. Yeah, I'm using this sweet little playlist from Bravia Game Music. I used to kind of not be into here. Oh, hi Presmo. Wait, you've been here for 20 minutes and I didn't even say hi. I'm so sorry. I've been so locked in. Music. There we go. There's the playlist if you want to use it. I used to be kind of against, oh, you typically use Krita. Krita, I've tried Krita, but it's been a long time. Where was I? What was I saying? I was about to say something. Oh, playlists. Playlists that have video game music playlists that have like nature sounds or something in the background. I was like, no, I just want the music. Don't give me your lightning and rain. No, thank you. But I've been warming up to it for sure. Oh, hi Techno, welcome in. I'm a CSP person myself. I used Flash from the early 2000s until the late 2010s. Right on, right on. There's a reason I lean towards vector art. That's the other thing about CSP. Vector art terrifies me. Vector art terrifies me. I can't. I need there to be eventually pixels when I scroll down far enough. Eventually. Okay, let me blur out the pencil lines here. There we go, just like that. And then, okay, let's see, there's a lot going on in this area here. There's a lot of different colors going on. How do I approach this? Like this, like, top of, edge of the cup kind of situation. Red! Red square? Wait, what is that? What is that in reference to? Red square. Oh, we have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys waiting around through the ads. Thank you. Pixel. A pixel. I see. You need to be a pixel at some point on the way down. It's magic when you get it right. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Don't turn my art into math, okay? Stop turning my art into math. I was floored when she mentioned she does vector lines. Yeah. It's just something I gotta get used to eventually. Let's do these real quick. Love some cute Pikmin music. Interesting. Another way that you can show, like, I'm able to what I'm learning. I'm able to show that this, even though I can't really show this line bent here, I'm able to show that it bends using the lighting. Interesting. Look at me, I'm learning. We got 15 minutes left, guys. I don't think 2 hours was enough time. They updated Pikmin 4 so it's free? What the heck? Dude. I should do that. Wait. Oh, Pikmin 4 free update. I see. Wait, you got me excited. There's a circle tool, but it's not easy to use in some programs. Dude, check out this circle tool. It's a circle now. Isn't that beautiful? So much of Procreate is gesture-based, which is why I like it. Okay. Back to the cup. Back to the cup. Guys, I don't know if I think this was a little ambitious for 2 hours. If you try drawing a circle in GIMP, it's insanity. You can share it in the Discord, Nix. Maybe I'm the circle tool. What a tool. If you're not in the Discord, you can hop right in there. And since it's the relevant art, oh, you know what? When this timer is up, we'll do an art share. And then I'll probably noodle on this for longer. The pepper brush? You can make a pepper stamp brush. That is nostalgic though. That does bring me back to my days of messing around with GIMP. Some sort of shaded part back here under the towel. Need color more like this. There we go. Yeah, I think this this image was a little ambitious for 2 hours. But that's fine. We learn, right? Yeah, we're doing an art share. I'm just gonna be like, hello, please send your art for art share, and you just send a link in chat. And that's how we'll do it. Okay, we got a leafy green thing here. We got a leafy bluish thing over here. This lime slice down here. We can fill it in with those richer peel colors. Very good, very good. Passing art around like he's a basketball. Arthur! My keyboard keeps adding words to my posts. Whoa. It's okay, as long as we understand each other, right? Oh, we got about 10 minutes too. There isn't a Twitch standard Legend of Zelda Link emote? Really? There's some interesting ones. Some interesting like Twitch emotes. Like Twitch global emotes, that's what they are. This would actually be over here, and we can... Oof! So many fine little details. Glass is kind of hard, but it's also really satisfying to get right. Let's get the sort of edge of the liquid going. It's like bubbly. Let's make this a little warmer. They usually add sponsored emotes whenever a big new release comes out. Right, I remember they added LeChonk. They added LeChonk when Scarlet and Violet came out. Did they also add the other, like the starters? Or am I misremembering? Nintendo doesn't want to license anything that isn't Pokemon for Twitch. That's fair. I could see that. Whoa. I love when the Fire Emblem music hits in this playlist. 8 minutes. Yeah, they added starers for ZA? Starers? Starers? Yeah, it's a fun. Isaac's here, guys. Oh, starters. Oh, limited drops. I see, I see. I get it now. I was like, a starer. Is that like a kind of a kind of emote that I don't know about that has like a funny nickname for it? Oh, I just made a starer emote. I've got commissions open for starer emotes. For when you need to stare at your friends. I could see that being a thing, honestly. 7 minutes. A little bit here. Bubbles are interesting. That could be brighter. There we go. I'll check chat again in just a second. Sorry, it's just so easy to get in the zone. Auto zone, if you will. Whew, wait, it's looking kind of cool. Stare. Circles are not circling for me today. What? Is it GIMP that you're struggling with? Bible Thump used to be a global one for Binding of Isaac, but got replaced with Big Sad because I guess Edmund Macmillan said no more. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. That seems like one of those like real iconic global emotes. Ah, thank you, Seareed. Thank you. I don't think we'll be able to quote unquote finish it in five and a half minutes. But it's been fun at least. Oh, you know what I could do? I just wanna brighten up, make a little bit of gradient in the background. There we go. That's what was missing in the background. I mean, one of the things that was missing. A little more brightness in the back. Just a little gradient. There, that looks a little more complete. Edmund was perfectly fine with them still using it. They didn't want to ask or pay him. They didn't have the rights in the first place. All he asked was to be paid. Oh, gotta love Twitch. doing their thing, doing their Twitch thing. Okay. Let's take this color. I'm getting these bubbles. They sort of suggest that they're bubbles. Does this suggest that they're bubbles? Oh, this song is so nice. I think I want these to be more like this color. There we go. Love it when Twitch does the thing. And then ding, ding, ding. Them shiny bubbles. I hope this has the intended effect. I hope it doesn't end up looking like fish eggs or something. Sure, that looks bubbly. I draw the least circular pixel circles today. Oh, pixel circles are hard too. Pixel circles are really difficult. Let's make some more down along here. Oh, 2.5 minutes. Start to make him greener. And then doot, 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 doot. There. That does at least a little suggestion about it. I think I definitely at least need a break. I've been kind of going like top down, like in general, on the whole image. That's not a bad way to go about it. Every side looks different somehow. Oh man. Yeah, pixel circles are difficult. Ooh, you're a raccoon now. You guys want to play with the stream avatars? Look at those. If you want to customize your little woodland critter that you've got running around at the bottom of the screen, you can scroll down. If you're on desktop, you can scroll down to my panels and you can interact with the panel there. The stream avatars panel. Anybody who's viewing is free to do so. If you are on mobile, it's like down to the bottom right under the video player. Sound good? Our timer's just about up. I think I'm gonna chill on this. Cause I think I might be like a little burnt out on it maybe. Or like getting into the details at least is starting to make my brain go, whoa. I don't wanna, you know, like that. Just brighten up that a little bit. Well, hydrate, thank you, and a stretch. Completely fair and completely cheeky. And stop right on iPad, right on, Nix. I didn't know that. We do have an ad coming up in about 10 minutes. So I think we're going to take advantage of that to... I don't know what happened. We're going to take advantage of that to, run a 10-minute ad. Or have a 10-minute break. We can't run a 10-minute ad. I don't want to either. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll run a 3-minute ad while we're in the break. Hi, Zellos. You got us right before a break. 3-minute ad during our 10-minute break so that we can unlock a full hour of ad-free cheese content when we're back. And when we're back, we're gonna do an art share. So if you were painting along with me, then you're free to get that link, get the link ready, and get ready to send it in. Well, thank you, Ethereal. Is there a duck in here? There's a duck. If you have a different art, something that you made a while ago, something that you just made, something that's a work in progress, something that's finished, something that somebody else made for you, I would love to see it. I would love to see what you were working on. Okay? Get the link ready. We like Discord attachment links, and this is open for everybody. This is open for everybody. We like Discord attachment links. OMG, Jack, you're first. You're first. 3 hours into the stream. We like Discord attachment links. We love Blue Sky links. And pretty much anything else that's mostly just the image. Okay? If it's a Twitter link, try a different one. Try a different kind of link. Okay, we're gonna go on that little break. Everybody get up, everybody stretch out. We're gonna come back and do an art share, and then after that we'll wrap up. That sound good? Sound good? Alrighty, I'll see you soon! BRB! And you can throw your links in right away. You're all good to do so. Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. Here, let me put away my my tablet since we're done drawing for the day. Or I'm done drawing for the day. At least you guys can keep drawing. Let's see. Beep. And then we can. Welcome back to you too, Sayo. You're also welcome back. Let's open. There we go. Just a second. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Keep playing basketball. You guys, you're fine. Well, there I am. Oh, I have to recalibrate because I loaded in wrong. Also, put my glasses back on. Like that? Okay, perfect. I'm also a little closer. Can you feel my breath on your shoulder? Hi, welcome in. Did you have a nice break? Was it a good break? It's art share time, guys. It's art share time. We got some art to look at. Hi, Cygnus, welcome in. Is my hand tracking on? Hello? Hands? Hands? You see me, hands? Is it on this one? Hello, hands? Do I have to turn it on? I promise I know what I'm doing. I do have to turn it on. Hello, hands? Hands? There we go. We got hands. We are doing art share right now. Oh, we can let's move the Paintalong picture over. Let's switch it over. You guys can still use it. If you would like. Where are you? Right under the ivy stuff. Think. Donk. There we go. Oh, this has a point? Wait, she got a point. Oh, she got a point! That's incredible. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her whenever she includes herself. But yes, it is art share time. I want to put your art in my eyeballs. Okay? Grab it and take it and go right there in my eye. So if you have a link to your art, anything you've made recently or a while ago, then throw it in. It is one art share per person. Did I shoot my link too early? No, I got all the links that have been sent already. I have Aid and hi Frog. No, it's my eyes. Nyx, I'll give you an exception. 1, because you're new. 2, because I didn't say so earlier, and 3, because it's the relevant. You did the relevant to the stream one. So you're all good. Ooh, we've got one from Techno. So far we've got one from Aid, 2 from Nyx, 1 from Presmo. Oh, Techno, you're gonna need to give me a attachment link instead of the channel link. I do love a shouty Hylian though. I have a feeling earlier Roy was in this chat and he said we should raid Cheesecake. What is she doing with those fangs? That's crazy. Oh, I did that for your own server? Ah, yeah, the attachment link. Just one booty. Just give me a booty. Okay, what do you say we get started? Up first, we've got this lovely self-portrait from Yeehaw, it's Aid! Wow! Oh, the pride heart and the hand frog. I love that frog. Do you have an art share, Frog? Do you wanna plug your new YCH? Because you can do that. Look at this! Wait, the amount of detail in this is incredible. I love all the detail that you put in this. This is great. like there's like subtle bits of color that you've put into it that really add to it. You're getting all the little wrinkly human face bits. All the hairy human face bits. I love it. Yeah, this looks fantastic. Ugh, self-portraits are so hard. I already struggle with likeness, and then also struggling to make an image of me look like me. I don't know, it's difficult. I only struggled with self-portraits of like my human body's face. So you're super impressive for doing this. This is fantastic. I love it. Guys, Aid streams. Our friend Aid, he streams. He's got a Twitch, he's got Tumblr, he's got Blue Sky. Go give him a follow on all of those platforms and catch a stream sometime. Catch a stream sometime. It was really hard. It is really hard, and it was cool to try and fail and also succeed. Yeah. I totally get it. I totally get you. Like, you have to like confront yourself when you do a self-portrait, you know? You have to be like, okay, I'm going to try to make an accurate depiction of my own face, you know? It's not easy. It's not easy. So you knocked it out of the park with this one. Fantastic job. Oh, welcome back, Caspi. Yes, indeed, we are doing art share. We are. Links are open. Oh. Wow, suddenly everybody's art looks so much better for some reason. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's grab these links real quick. Up next we got Nyx, our friend Nyx. First up, we've got this fantastic... Dude, I know, Nyx, I know that you said it was a fail, but like, this is actually incredible. This is fantastic. Today, for those who weren't here earlier, we were doing a, this one right here. We were doing a study of this image right here. This lovely little, probably a mojito, we've determined. And now I want to try a mojito. But when you like try to do a study, recreate, and this image is complex too. It's a pretty complex layout. I probably should have chosen something simpler, but when you try to put together the whole image like that again in a limited amount of time, while you're also like chilling and chatting with a streamer and all that, it's not easy. And I think you did a fantastic job. I think I focused in a little too hard on the details. You really you ended up giving just about everything about equal attention. And I think that's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. I really love like the subtle color shifts you put, especially in the bottle up here, and the different like varieties, like the varied shades of green that you put, especially in the cup. It's fantastic. It's very nice work. And you know, I plan on doing these paint-along streams every Monday. I know today's not Monday, but you know, schedules go funny, right? I plan on doing these paint-along streams every Monday. We're gonna keep doing them, and we're gonna keep getting better at them, right? Studies aren't necessarily for making a nice piece of art. Not always. Studies are for honing your skills and growing. Well, as a dead link, 07 in chat. But you did a fantastic job with this, and we've got another piece of art from Nyx. Puppy, look at this sweet Pibble. Look at this sweet, cute Pibble. Her name is Daisy. Look how cute. I love the painterly style you've got going on. And you've managed to like capture the likeness. I mean, I don't know what this dog looks like, but this looks like a pretty good like this looks like a dog. It looks like a pit bull, you know? It's a sweet little pit bull. And her name is Daisy. I love the like range of value that you've got going on here. You're not afraid to like use the full range of value, and it really shows, and it really helps to make the painting pop and the realism be there while still looking like very cute and stylized. I especially like the sparkly shiny stuff you've got going on in the background. What a sweetie. Everybody get in there. Everybody give that little puppy a kissy on the nose, okay? I'm gonna zoom in real close just so you don't miss, alright? Hey, kissy, kissy. Ready? Little kissy on the nose for the puppy. So cute. I like pimples. They're really sweet. They're really sweet and cute. Okay. Yeah. Kissy for the pimple. Pet for the pimple. Fantastic work again, Nyx. Thank you so much for sharing, and I hope to see more of your art in the future. I hope to see more. I'm gonna need you to check in the was mean to myself check at the bank and get yourself a treat. It's true! Hi, Saito! No, this isn't my dog. This is Nyx's brother's dog. But you do have to give it a kiss on the nose. Let me grab these. Let me grab these links. Awoo! Got this one. Caspico borked it. There we go. There we go. Yes, absolutely. I want to see more in the future. I want to see more. We've got this one from Prasmo. Look at how cute! Dude, I love how chonky this kitty cat is. Is it on a keyboard? On a keyboard? Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Oh my god. Wait. Nyx, if you have somewhere you're posting your art, like a social media link, Blue Sky especially, feel free to throw that in chat. Feel free to do that. Keyboard cat. Oh, look at this thick kitty. Thick kitty. It's so cute. The color composition is really great. Like the palette is really like concise and clean. You've got these muted colors, but then you've got this bright red that stands out. It's really great. Not really yet. We're getting finished running streaming. Discord will probably post stuff there eventually. Right on. Wait. You stream? Wait, I'm following you. Exclamation mark O. There we go. There's that Twitch link. Follow Nyx. Give me those cute paintings. Yeah, I love this kitty. You've got all these muted colors and then that bright red pops out. It's a really good color palette. It's a little like unconventional, but it really works. I love all the kitties in the background. We got the silly one spinning. Dude, making something spin in pixel art is difficult. That's hard. We got these silly little tippy tappy feets. Whoa! Silly little tippy tappy feets. I gotta do it slowly. There we go! Tippy tappy feets. I love this. Nickel 2 sulfate. Does that mean anything? Spoon. Yeah. Does that nickel 2 sulfate mean anything? That's interesting. You did say that this is a like a recreation of an AI generated image, but like you put soul into it. You're the one who actually put soul into it. Oh, a friend and currently retired VTuber. Let's make them like, why am I getting followers? Nickel 2 sulfate. Yeah, let's make them be like, why am I suddenly getting followers? We love seeing cool pixel art. I love seeing cool pixel art in ArtShare. Pixel Art Twitch is where I is where I got into Twitch. Shout out to Nady Cakes, that funny little dancing green bug in the basement there. Shout out to Nady for being the most epic pixel artist I've met on Twitch. I miss his streams. But, fantastic work on this Presmo. You did a fantastic job, a wonderful job. It's beautiful. I love pixels. If you've got somewhere you're keeping your art, somewhere you're posting it, social media, you are free to send that link in chat. Do it. Do it so we can support you. We've got one from our friend Frog50 Animation. Wah! I love Frog. Look at this. Look at this silly. They just opened a new Your Character Here commission. Let me go grab the link to that. They just opened a new Your Character winter themed Your Character Here commission. I've got it. I've got it. Right? Isn't it cute? There, it's on VGen. Whoops. Look how cute. Oh, you can have a gingerbread too. We got this cute example. In this winter evening, enjoying a holiday treat. Oh, you can have a little cookie or a candy cane or a gingerbread cookie. Snowflake cookie. It's super nice. Frog's Your Character Here commissions are always so expressive and fun. And they almost always have some like really cool perspective thing going on. This would make a great like profile picture, I think, for sure. Chomp. It's just in time for Pocky Day. What is it, Pocky Day today? They should make a snack that's shaped perfectly like a colorful cube, and then when you buy a pack of them, it comes with a 32 or 16 by 16 plate. Then you can arrange your tasty snacks and eat it. Maybe it's sugary and you could melt it into a single candy. You know those like, there's a lot of really interesting like Japanese candy kits. That like you can do interesting stuff like that in. Like I'm thinking like there's ones where you mix different colors and then you like squeeze the colors into molds and then they like harden as or they solidify as gummy candy. Maybe you like put them in the fridge or something, I don't know. There's chocolate ones like that too. But that's what that reminds me of. Have you guys seen those? But yeah, super cute. It's so expressive, so fun. Would make a fantastic profile picture for the winter season if you want to get into that chilly holiday spirit. Super cute. Look at the painting on that too. Like they really got in there with the shading and the painting, right? Isn't that fantastic? That's good stuff. Frog never disappoints. Also, Forg. Frog has made this really cool animated pilot called Aether Fount. It's great. Click on their YouTube, click on their website, and watch this. Like, I'm not even gonna be mad if you leave my stream to watch this. If you've got 20 spare minutes. Watch it. It's so good. It's so good. All hand animated. But yeah, thank you again so much, Frog, for sharing. Should I add your VGen to your shout out? Maybe replace something there? I don't know. I'll think about it. Of course. Doorbell's ringing. I wonder what that is. Somebody else in the house will get it. But thank you for sharing. We've got more. Let me... Oh, your VGen is new. Very nice, very nice. Let me double check who this is from. Oh, it's from Cygnus! Wait, look at how cool this is. Did you guys know that Fire Emblem Fates is my favorite Fire Emblem game? Do I have terrible taste? But look at them! Look at the two of them! Chi-Chi! Booty! Wait! Wait, why are we kissing? Why are we smooching in chat? Brick, wait. Hold on. Wait. Take it easy, Brick. No spamming, please. Welcome in! Hi, everyone! Do you have a puzzle I can go ham on by chance? I don't. I don't have a puzzle ready right now. Hi, Raid! Hi, Chi-Chi and friends! Chi-Chi and you 27 wonderful people, welcome in! Inkspot is here. Roy is here. Hi, Roy. Ruby Fangirl, welcome in. Brickby, welcome in. There's too much frogs kissing in my chat. I had to tell you all. Hold on. Take it easy. Momor is here. Hi, Momor. Hello, Momor. Hello, Uncle Momor. Honey Hilda's here. Hi, Hilda. Let's see. Oh, Leo's back. Back in time for art share. Guys, it's art share today. I know Chi-Chi doesn't do art share on Tuesdays, right? So that means that you get to do art share here. Oh, this is the first non-pixel digital art you've made. This is fantastic, Cygnus. This is by Gravemaker Cygnus. Cygnus is a good friend of the channel. Oh, Lady Ace is here. Hi, Lady Ace. I don't have a puzzle ready today. I'm gonna be live again. What am I doing on Friday? Oh, Gales of Niali stream. We'll have a puzzle running for the Gales of Niali stream. Does that sound good? I usually only do them for events. Yes, Raiders. Chi-Chi stole my raid message. Treason. There's a Ray and a Roy. Did I call you Ray? Well, enjoy your lurk, Lady Ace. Enjoy your lurk, milady. It was to do with the raid. You were just going a little too much with it. Chat was roaring too fast, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yeah. So hold on, let me turn on link protection again real quick. Just hold on. Just real quick. While I catch up in chat and say hi to you guys. Let's see. What did I say? Did I say something, Inkspot? Well, we got omelets, alright. Hold on. Yeah, we're art sharing. Can I be mod so I can time out Omelet, aka Roy? No. Omelet, Roy is perfect and precious and can do no wrong. This song, this one? Starship Mario Complete from Super Mario Galaxy 2. I'm sorry, Momoir. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, song. Hi Raiders. First of all, let me shout out art by Chi-Chi. Guys, I love Chi-Chi. She's so great. I was literally, like, the reason I have my own tab open now is because, you should let Momark ban Roy. He's good at banning. I know he is. Link or Discord preferred? Link, but hold on. Once I get to the art share, you guys can throw your links in, okay? Once I get back to it. I gotta say hi to everybody first. What was I about to say? I love Chi-Chi. She's so cute. If you're hanging out today and you're not already following Chi-Chi, amend that immediately. I'm trying to make it so that my streams don't overlap too much with hers anymore, so that I can watch her more often. So you can be sure that you can still watch me and also watch Chi-Chi at the same time. Also, she like raids me half the time. Shout out art by Chi-Chi. Her vibes are so similar to me. Huh? Did I already do it? Did a mod already do it? Everybody follow Chi-Chi. Literally do it. She's like my sister, okay? I don't know why Momark's my uncle, even though Chi-Chi's my sister, but that's fine. she's a little more, she's got a little less filter than I do, which is exciting. It's really exciting. She's amazing at art, and she's a certified cutie patootie. For everybody who's coming with the raid, hi, I'm Cheesecake. I'm Cheesecake, if I can wave normally. Hi. I use they, them pronouns. I like doing digital art, character art, pixel art. We like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And we like hanging out, being silly, and loving the world. We just like having a great time and promoting joy and happiness. You know? What's the family tree look like? I don't know. I don't know at this point. Momore's got that older sibling dynamic with me somehow. I don't know, I just think it's funny to call him uncle. How do I ask my family to use he, him on me and stop calling me BB's sister? Ooh. That is tough. That is tough. It's something we can unpack later, though. A kudzu vine, drawing out the family tree. We have to include the dozens of departed brine shrimps as well. Your poor nibblings, Chi-Chi. The dozens of departed brine shrimps. I still haven't been able to make it work. Ugh. But anyway, today we've been doing a Paintalong stream. We've been, we spent 2 hours trying to recreate this image in our art program. This was how mine turned out after 2 hours. I think I gave it a pretty good shot. I got too lost in the details at some point, but yeah. I think it turned out all right. I was kind of going from the top to bottom, and then by the time I got here, it was like, no, I'm running out of time, and also I don't think I could do it anymore. Got too lost in the details. Well, for the amount of time that I had. But thank you, Chi-Chi. Thank you. No, this isn't a photo. I mean, yeah, isn't that nice? But then, it sort of falls apart when you look at the vague vegetable matter on this giant cookie. Yeah, I was so lost in the sauce. But it was really fun, and we're gonna try to do more art study streams and Paintalong streams, especially on Mondays. I know it's Tuesday today, but you know, I had other plans yesterday. I want to drink that. I think it's a mojito. Maybe it can be a non-alcoholic mojito. Right? It's got like lime, mint, some kind of green juice. It's yummy. Oh shucks, ink spot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But we did finish, and we were getting into art shares. Before we wrap up stream. We already looked at a few. We saw, what if I just open all these back up? There we go. This one's by Yeehaw It's Aid. This one was Nick Starkling's a try at the Paintalong stream, which I think she did a fantastic job. Nick Starkling also made this. Presmo P made this one. Our friend Frog50 Animation made this cute YCH, which I'll throw this in chat again. Is Frogs VGen. Did you turn links back on? Not quite yet. You know what? I should do that, shouldn't I? There we go. If you have art that you want to share, feel free to throw it in chat. Something you worked on forever ago, or a little bit ago. Something you worked on. Thank you, Inkspot. Something you just finished. Something you're still working on. Something that's already done. Throw it in chat. Get your link. Discord attachment links are the most preferred. Blue Sky links. I love Blue Sky links. Put your Blue Sky links. Or pretty much anything else that's just the image. Pretty much except for Twitter. But yeah, I would love to see it. Let me see. We'll show it off. Let's see, what else did we have? Yeah. Ah, we were looking at this one. Oh, I pulled up a bunch of other stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, let me make sure I've got these other links open. Oh, by the way, Chi-Chi, if you gotta go... Yeah. If you gotta get out of here, feel free to do so. Enjoy your eat. Enjoy your lurk. Bye-bye, Chi-Chi! Mwah. Let's see. I got Omelet's link from earlier. I got this one from Inkspot. I got this one from Leo. And it tickles! Who's tickling me? Thank you, Inkspot. Yippee! Okay, and we were just getting to Gravemaker Cygnus. Cygnus is one of my Fire Emblem friends. Oh, you're feeling a bit sick? I hope you feel better soon, Nyx. Bye-bye! Have a lovely day. Have a good nap. I hope you have time for a nap. Cygnus likes Fire Emblem. I like Fire Emblem. Cygnus makes art. I like art. I think it's fantastic. Look at this! This is fan art of characters from my favorite Fire Emblem game, which is Fire Emblem Fates. I don't know if I have bad taste or not. Feel free to roast me. But look at them! He said, I just got a new laptop 2 months ago and recently decided to get a stylus pen. Naturally, for my first digital painting, I decided to enter an art contest to go way beyond my skill level and work on something relatively complex for someone who's barely even done traditional art over the last 10 years. I did not win, but I had fun and learned a lot. Yes! We love pushing our what we're used to. Well, just one fan art per person. Wait, that's the wrong link. Oh, you're all good. Look at that! Look at how neat this is! You went all in with a background and anything. Look at these really cool poses. These fantastic poses. Let's pull open these links real quick. I love this. Cygnus. Not only do I think Silas is pretty neat. Silas, this character here. He's your little bestie. Oops, wrong booty. Wrong booty. I think Corin is pretty neat too. I think like you went like, and is it disrespectful to say something's ambitious? Is that generally disrespectful? Sometimes I feel like it's disrespectful to say that, but I don't mean it at all. You were ambitious with this, and like you really gave it your all. I think it's fantastic. I think it's really impressive. For your first digital painting, I think what really shines here is the pose and composition. It was definitely ambitious, yeah. I think that's definitely where it shines, is the pose and composition. For sure. Also, hi Beanie. I come with important information. What is it? I would like to know. Fantastic stuff. By the way, Cygnus, if you have a link to like a social media or somewhere else that you're keeping your art, then feel free to throw it in chat. Feel free. Corn tortillas. Corn tortillas. I hope it's corn tortillas. Dude, Where's My Trailer was made almost... This is an episode of Transformers Earthspark that me and Beanie watched yesterday. Dude, Where's My Trailer was made almost entirely to promote a toy of Optimus with his battle trailer. Okay, that's kind of sick, though. Thor. Corn tortillas for my chilaquiles. I bite. I take bite. Nom. Fantastic work on this, though, Cygnus. I hope to see... Oh! Yes, it's Fire Emblem time. We have to bring out the Archer art. I hope to see more art from you. Gimme. More digital paintings. More digital art. More pixel art. Gimme. I want to see it. Okay? Thank you for sharing. I miss chilaquiles. You should get Isaac's recipe. Let's see. There's something to love about old kids shows that were made to sell toys. Well, you see Transformers Earthspark came out, what, 2019? They are still making kids shows that were made to sell toys. Ooh, 2 Fire Emblem Secret Santa art trades I can share next month. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm doing some art behind the scenes that I can't quite share yet, too. I'm in this, like, gift box thing, that Caspi invited me to. And I'm not allowed to do the art on stream yet. Or I'm not allowed to do the art on stream so that whoever I'm drawing for doesn't come in and get... Ooh, don't walk over there, Tomo. Doesn't get, spoiled on what their gift is. But it's been super fun so far, and I'm really excited to show you guys the art that I've been making for it. Is that just breakfast nachos, says Beanie? They don't have the same charm of older shows and franchises. You're right. You're totally right. Although Transformers Earthspark is pretty good. Nothing hits the nostalgia glands harder than the booty. The whip? You talking about the dance move? Oh. Don't mind me. We've got another art to share. Let's see. This is from the Blind Archer, longtime friend of the channel. Yes, the dance. Is that really nostalgic? Hitting the whip? Is that nostalgic? You're younger than me, aren't you? Nostalgia is stored in the butt. Yeah, oh my gosh, guys, look at this. Look at this. Not only is Archer amazing at making humanoid characters in the Fire Emblem GBA style, he's also amazing at making animals in the Fire Emblem GBA style. I thought giant flamethrowers were stored in the butt. Where did the dance routine go? Okay, so I must admit that I didn't save the like blueprint that I made in Wardo that like gets activated. I didn't save the thing that gets activated when the redeem is hit. So I'll have to recreate it sometime, but I had to turn it off. Unfortunately. But yeah, look at how cool this is. Do any of you guys have Okami nostalgia? Yeah, save button, right? I've been spoiled by autosaves. I've been spoiled by autosave functions. But look at this. You know what always knocks me out of the park with Archer's art? Is it called subpixeling, or is that just for animation? I think that's just for animation, but like the way that he'll decide how to use different colors on like the edge of something or within something, within a pattern like this. It really makes you realize how much artistry there is to pixel art. Yeah, Archer. I used to love Ninja Storm. I don't get it. Ninja Storm. What's Ninja Storm? Just holler when it's my turn. Will do. Subpixeling is for Mario speedruns. Really? Is there something called that? Oh, hi, Draki. Aw, thank you for being nice. You're cool too, bye. Otaku the Fox. Anti-aliasing? It's kind of anti-aliasing, but it's like doing it manually, you know? Huh? I do like the watermarks. I do like how Archer adds in his watermarks. It's good stuff. Look at this cool wolf. I want to see him in my Fire Emblem GBA game. Oh, it's a Power Rangers thing. Ah. Otaku the Fox. Oh, Power Rangers season. Nostalgia farts. What is it, from like 2015 or something? Amaterasu, the best wolf in video game with Link and Twilight Princess. Yeah! Somebody... Why did I immediately want to say somebody should draw them kissing? Anyway, I'm sure plenty of people have already. But yeah, look at this cool art. Furry, me? Look at this cool art. Look at those sick flames. Wolves are like cars. If you wanted to be cooler, put sick flames on it. I don't. It's first based. Thank you, Sato. I have no idea, but I guess it's based. Everybody follow Archer. We love Archer. Go give this post a like. And watch Archer's streams and give him money to draw you cool wolves with flames on it or whatever, or Fire Emblem characters, or Euro Seas. He's great. We love Archer. Beanie! Yeah, Archer is an 18+ stream, that's true. I thought you called Archer as Art Share. It's true, sometimes when I say Art Share, Archer's like, you mean me? But it's so real because we love Archer's art and Art Share. Someone make the dogs kiss for me, I guess. Thank you for sharing, Archer! Thank you! Let's have a look at the next one! Guys. Me when Caspico art. Am I doing it right? Look at this cutie patootie! The goober ever. Caspico, right? Yeah! Oh my god. Caspi is one of the most talented animators. One of the most skilled animators I know. I try not to say talented because talent is like a complex idea, and usually when somebody makes really amazing art, it's because they've put in the work to practice and get good at it. So Caspi is one of the most skilled animators I know, and it's been so amazing seeing them improve over the few years that I've known them too. Dude learned about animation in a school. Isn't that great? I too try to say skill. Yeah. Because being good at art doesn't just come out of nowhere, you know? I'm standing right here. It's so fun to try. This took 7 hours to animate. Wow. Yeah, skill is earned, for sure. This is super cute. I'm sure that whoever it was that's gonna get this, for the gift box is gonna be super happy. Super excited about it. What a cutie patootie. That little blink is so cute. Little blink. Blink. And a smile. So cute! I like how like bouncy you made the cheeks too. So like pinchable. So pinchable. Sad animator breakdown. Keep working at it, Inkspot. You'll get there. You'll get there. Thank you so much for sharing, Casby. Let's get you your... There we go. Yeah, blue sky. Casby, go blue sky. Just in case. Oh my god, it's me! Turn that bit on Caspi's page into how it looks on my screen, okay? This little bit that's just following right here. Squash and stretch principle of animation, peak real. It really is. Oh, you're already there? Wait, I don't even know what you mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Sorry, I thought you were like, whoa. I thought you were like, being envious of Caspi's art. Does Caspico do art fight? Does Caspico do art fight? Boy, does he. Boy, does he. Animation, I'm trying that too, but only finished one frame last night. Eventually I'll finish this secret project. You got it, Isaac! You can... You wear it on your sleeve that you're the slowest drawer ever. But that means that you're putting time and care into the art that you're making, right? Link, now! Yeah, send it in! Send it in, Caspi. Okay, we've got a few more arts to share. We've got a few more! World's slowest drawer. Yeah, you've got the like cute little star outfit on your stream. We've got another one. We've got like 5 more left, and then we'll wrap up stream. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is from our friend Art Omelet. Look at this cute little guy. Is this a My Singing Monsters friend, or is this a critter that you've designed? Or is it a little My Singing Monsters critter that you've designed? He's pocket-sized, which means that he'd probably be like this big to me. Like that. I'm 1'7" after all. Yeah, no. I think your pilot's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. Thanks, Spot. Look at this cutie patootie. Is it a rock? Is it fur? It looks kind of stony and furry. It's got this cute little flower on its head. Oh, a little critter for your Sona. Got some little sharp bits coming out. Fur and tree. Yeah, tree makes a lot of sense. Tree makes a lot of sense. Like bark here. I see it. I see it. I love it. Look at the little goober. I just want to give it a snuggle. It looks very snuggleable. Fur, one could say. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. You do so many super neat little creature designs. You get really creative with your creature designs. Your hit list. I'm sorry, Inkspot. Please don't kill me. But you're so good with the critter designs. You always got something interesting that you're cooking up. I feel like you could make a really neat like Tamagotchi evolution tree. I think that'd be great. I would love to see that kind of thing from you. Cheesecake deciding Omelet's next project. Super cute though. Omelet, I'm still working on an exclamation mark command for you. A shout out command for you. It's been on my to-do list for the past week. And I've been struggling to get to it. So please, if you would, throw in your Blue Sky link. Throw in, let me shout out your stream as well. I mean, maybe. Hold on. Throw in your Blue Sky link. Throw in whatever other like social media that you're keeping and posting your art on. I'll also shout out your stream as well. Art. Omelet 33. You still streaming on Saturday nights for the most part, Omelet? I mean, Roy. I keep forgetting. I'm so used to calling you Omelet. Yeah. Follow Omelet. Follow Roy. Think I'll be taking a break for a bit though. Right on. Everybody follow Omelet so that everybody follow Roy so that you can make sure to catch his streams when he comes back. Roymlet. Ah, yeah, you are up next, Inkspot. You're up next. Look at this! This is from Inkspot, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Sounds like a Mystery Men reference? I'm not familiar. Look at these! Are these emotes? Look at these cute emotes! Oh, yeah, I don't know either. Mystery Men. Interesting. Look at how cute! I really like the... That one's my favorite. Discord emotes I did on stream today! Oh, right on! Right on! I didn't know you streamed. Oh, I'm already following you. Sick! These are lovely. We got the sippy, we got the pet. Yeah, angry. A little bit of angry. And the pitiful little please. Buffering emote. And the sleepy cozy emote. Sleepy cozy emotes. Those are great. I like sleepy cozy emotes. Oh, it's only like half the template. Oh, so you've got more coming too. That's fantastic. Movie Mystery Men 90s superhero film. Yeah, I don't know if I've probably heard of it at some point, but I haven't seen it. It's very good. It's a fun movie ahead of the superhero movie curve by a couple years. Interesting. Yeah, pet. Yes, pet. A direct hit pet on the sippy emote. Wait, there we go. The first use of All-Star in films. Oh, interesting. Super cute. These are fantastic. I'm excited to see these out and about. I'm excited to see these being used when I'm in Chi-Chi's stream, when I'm in your stream, if I tune in sometime. In my stream even. I'm excited to see these in action. Super cute. Thank you so much for sharing, Inkspot. If you've got a social media link where you're posting your art, feel free to throw that in chat. Feel free to do so. Productions. You're not affiliate yet? Guys, you gotta go follow Inkspot. We gotta follow Inkspot. So that we can get them to affiliate, okay? Where's that follow button? There we go. It's on the right. You can't see it, but it's over here. Yeah. Look at him there. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing, Ink. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Next up, we've got this work in progress from our friend Lord Krypton. It's been so fun seeing this piece develop over time. Ooh! Leo is so good. I love this, like, cool, I don't know, the word that's coming to my head is peppery. This cool peppery texture. You've got Their name is Shay-Me. And their name is R-E-E. Okay, okay, I remembered. I actually remembered this time, Leo. Are you proud of me? Shay-Me and R-E-E. Yeah! You're starting to work in some bigger lighting. You've got all these fantastic patterns you've got on the sleeve and this shirt, the shirts. Wow! Man, sometimes people say this is a work in progress, but then it's like, wait, what else do you do? But I'm sure you're gonna come in sometime. Next time you're gonna be like, I put more into this. Either it's done or it's still a work in progress. Be like, I spent more time on this. Check it out, Cheesecake. And I'll be like, it's looking so fantastic. Look at them. Are they looking at memes together? I look at memes with my fiance all the time. The blue parts are bioluminescence. REE doesn't have them, so she did glowing tattoos. Oh, that's so sweet. She said, I want to match my partner. Oh, wait, Inkspot's almost at 100 subs on YouTube. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, hold on, let me sign into my stream YouTube. There we go.
How's it going, everyone?
How's it going, everyone? Hit the subscribe button for Inkspot's channel. Yeah. But yeah, we got looking so fantastic. Hi, are you? Yeah, our question of the day. Alright, see you around, Inkspot. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for art sharing. Shamey and RE aren't together. Shamey's girlfriend is Dea, and RE is in the poly relationship with Taamo and Ruko. Oh, okay, okay. Right, okay. I knew that there was a poly relationship in somewhere. Okay, they're buddies. Looking at memes with the buddy. Looking at memes. Getting the cool glowy tattoos with my buddy. There we go. There's more to the these ones aren't lesbians. Not with each other, at least. Yeah, there's more to the web than we know. Than I've memorized. I know that there was some cool poly relationship. But yeah, I have much lore. Yeah, these are Leo's OCs that she's been working on, or that she's been, you know, drawing for a while, at least for as long as I've known her. Why would you want lesbians? Super nice! Oh my god, I just realized that this is like a cool scar across the face. Wow. I love that. More looking at memes with your buddy. We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. I'll see you on the other side. Let's see. We have somebody who's not subscribed up next in the art share, so I think we'll hang out until after the ad. And then after the ad, we'll look at the next one. Oh yeah! Everybody check out Leo! Check out Leo! Leo streams! You can catch their streams. Watch them make this fantastic art, this extremely zoom-inable, very detailed, wonderful, wonderful painted art. Of course, yeah, no, I didn't think so, Presmo. Who is it? These are, oh, Ruby, you're next. You've got the, like the gacha characters, right? Oh yeah. Leo's got commissions open. Yes. They're so broke. Get the Blorbos. Get the Blorbos. I did get yours. Techno, I'm pretty sure. I didn't, actually. Let me make sure I go grab that. Wait, how far back was this? You're gonna have to send it again. Techno, I'm sorry. I gotta start making some kind of better system. Maybe you did it, like right before the raid came in and it, like, distracted me. My booty! Buzzbot! Buzzbot, why are you talking about your booty? I sent one from Chi-Chi's art share for those who didn't see my lore. I think I was there for it, but I wasn't paying attention. Am I on the list? Yes, you are! You are 2 away. You're 2 away. Bean. There we go, we've got that one from Techno. Okay. Sorry for missing that, Techno, but I've got it now. I've got it now. We've got about a minute left in the ad. Yippee! I'm excited for yours, Ethereal. I gotta peek at it. I gotta peek. Good sippy. Leo's super cool. Ooh, big stretchy. Leo's super cool. I always love seeing their art. And with every art, I learn a little bit more about the OCs. Sometimes I wonder, like, all my OCs are D&D characters. Which means that when I'm now playing them, it's kind of easy to end up ignoring them. You know what I mean? I have some that are just fun to draw anytime, though. I'm free! Welcome back from ads! I have some that are just fun to draw anytime, though. OCs. Yeah, welcome back from ads, everybody. We're free! We're free! So this was by Leo. We love Leo. Commission Leo. Follow Leo on Twitch. And put his art in your eyeballs. Okay? Let's have a look at the next one. This one is from Ruby Fangirl. So this is neat. What's going on here? Did you use... what is it? Gacha Life? Gacha Life? Put this together? Yeah, we're back! Most of my OCs are D&D characters I never got to play. Ugh, I have a few of those. Ugh. And I have a couple characters who are like... The campaign didn't end up going the way I wanted it to. So their sort of arc that I wanted I have a changeling who the DM just did not care about their plight, and I'm just mad. Their story is unrealized. You know what I mean? That's almost worse than not having been able to play them at all. Oh, Gacha Club. Gacha Life 1's baby and Gacha Life 2's older sibling. Ah, I played one of them Gacha Life games for a little bit. This is just Adam venting to his demons. Adam. Is this an OC of yours named Adam? I don't know. I've been drawing recently, but I'm not sure if I want to share work in progress or wait till it's done. Ooh, we do like work in progresses. Oh, it's an AU? An AU of what? I do like these character designs, though. They're neat. I wish I had cool demon friends to vent to. Wrestling? Wrestling? What do you mean by that? An AU of wrestling? I like the eyes, especially, I think. Red Demon. The demon with the claw is actually getting a redesign. Interesting. I like how we've got the heterochromia here on Adam, is it? Oh, WW Wrestling AU. It actually is what it is. Excuse me. Wow, that sneeze snuck up on me. Sneeze snuck. We got cool, like, slit demon eyes here. And we got cool, like, swirly demon eyes here. Ah, thank you, Sayo. Thank you. I'm still getting over being sick, so I've still got sneezes and sniffles. I appreciate you guys' patience with my sneezes and sniffles. But yeah, this is super neat. Interesting stuff. Thank you for sharing, Ruby. Thank you. Oh, Adam Cole is the wrestler that gets the plot armor. Interesting. Well, WWE is such a world that I am not a part of, so it's really interesting to like see cool fan works like this. Okay? Super neat. I love the designs. Oh, he's dead in the AU. Interesting. I love the designs. Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing, Ruby. Thank you. If you have like a Blue Sky or something that you post your designs on, feel free to link that in chat. We got this next one. This is by Ethereal Slate. It's by Ethereal Slate. This is our friend Nady Cakes. Yeah, Ayuyu. Send it, send it, send it. This is our silly friend Nady Cakes. You see, hold on. This silly little, oh. This is silly little, oh, people keep standing in the way. Silly little dancing bug. Silly little dancing bug. Right there. Right there. Little green thing. That's Nady Cakes. He's a streamer. A streamer who was one of the first streamers I watched. And he got me into streaming. And we love Nady. We love Nady. So we've got this silly little King of All Cosmos design from Ethereal. King of All Cosmos Nady Cakes version. Yeah, look at him go, look at him go. This is so silly and cute. Is this something you did recently or something from a while ago? Wait. So... Art share? I have a redeem for art share? Oh. I don't know. I wrote... Oh, this is an older piece? An older booty! Oh! Tomo hopping on my keyboard. I remember hearing that Nady would do a stream sometime in October. Did he do that and I missed it, or did it not happen? Because I sure would have been upset to miss it. Oh, you also made your profile picture and banner? Right on, Ruby. Oh, you didn't stream? Okay. A bummer. But, you know. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Well, I'm the leader of the Decepticons now. That I know of. Yeah, I don't know. What are you doing, Tomo? He's running around on my keyboard again. Here, let me move this so that you can stand there if you want. There you go. Just not on my keyboard, okay? Okay, we're back. Look at this! Ah, sweet, we've got Ruby's Twitter if you guys want to follow. Ruby. Thank you for sharing! I'm a faker! OMG Sayo! You're first! That's incredible! Oh, I read his Discord so I would have known. Okay. That's fair. We've got the King of All Cosmos. Oh, this is my bird Tomo. He's been feeling unwell lately, but he's still got energy for mischief. Yeah, he's trying to take over stream. He says I'm the streamer now. I love the colors in this. You've got this, the way that the rainbow, has sort of like orangish, like an orangish tint to it, and got these like muted tone vibes. Makes it look really cool and retro. Yeah. Tomo saw your piece. April Fool's idea, Tomo takeover. Dude, I get so many April Fool's ideas. April Fool's doesn't come enough times every year. I can say this, can I? My idea for next April Fool's, I may or may not do this. But my idea is to just pretend I'm Germa and I'm doing a Germa stream. Like put my VTuber in like the webcam sort of setup that he's got. And just play some like The Long Drive or something like that. I think that would make a great April Fool's stream. Give him a mic and see if the webcam responds to him. I don't think face tracker. We work on a cockatiel. Is it fair you should get more Fool's Days as a treat? You're so right, you're so right. Maybe like the first of every month is like a Fool's Day. Oh yeah, look. Cool natty cakes. I think the King of All Cosmos is really neat. And I think natty cakes is really neat. Ooh, a retro palette like I usually do. Okay, sweet. Yeah, it makes sense. I like how you sort of like made the colors make a little more sense, made them like blend together a little better. I like, how do I put it? Like making the, is it aliasing? By putting, how do I word this? These three dots are putting a lot of weight. That's all I mean, I think. We've got your iconic 2x1 pixel style. One booty to find out. We've got the absolute beauty of natty cakes being portrayed. It's perfect. Altogether, it's perfect. I do love it. Do I have a command for you? I don't have a command for you. What the heck? I guess it's only like sometimes that you share art in art shares. But if you have a link that you want to share, I know you've got like your games that you made. If you have a link that you want to share, Blue Sky or some sort of social media somewhere you're putting your art, you can feel free to do so. Thank you so much for sharing. It's always wonderful to see a familiar face again, even if it is King of All Cosmos shaped. Hi Kirby, welcome in! You're catching us at the end of Art Share, the tail end of Art Share, where we're gonna look at a few more arts, and then we're gonna wrap up stream. Wow, we're already 4.5 hours in. This stream was really fun. It really flew by. I don't post anywhere? Sick. Good for you, honestly. Good for you keeping your distance from the socials. I love that. We've got this next one from our friend Ptolemy Longstory. We've seen this one in ArtShare before, but it's good to see it again. It's fun to show it off again. If I remember correctly, this is the flag of the Dwarven capital in the world that Ptolemy's building, right? What a cool flag. You still here, Ptolemy? You got more info about it? I remember there being something... Yeah, you have shared it here before. I remember there being something about this red circle in the center. But I found it so striking that like the way that's like stairs iconography and it blends is the word I'm looking for. It blends like with this gold color coming down the sides like this. The flags of the Dwarven Kingdoms. The red represents power, the gold represents knowledge, and the black represents resilience. Right. Symbolizes power, powerful raining knowledge. Power raining knowledge down upon the resilient. Yeah, and what a perfect concept for Dwarven Kingdoms, right? Love when flags are more than just a couple colorful stripes. You know what's great? The super decorative, like LGBT flags. I like that. Yeah, this is so cool. Like getting really into the symbolism of the shapes and the colors. I think it's fantastic. How very resilient and knowledgeful and powerful of you. Ptolemy, if you have somewhere you're posting your art, feel free to do so. Feel free to throw a link to your art in chat. I know you do stream as well, so I'll shout you out here. I'm sick and tired of stripes. Every flag is stripes. There are more designs than just stripes. We like the minimalist. We don't like the minimalist flag design principle. Heraldry. We gotta bring back heraldry. We gotta bring back cool heraldries. Okay? Like, don't even make the flags rectangle shaped anymore. Yeah, back in the day, every single flag had a dragon on it, and it was great. I don't hate stripes. I just think the other stuff is cool. No, we're rising up against the evil stripe kingdom. No more stripes. No more stripes. We're redesigning every LGBT flag to get rid of stripes. Thank you for sharing, Ptolemy. Thank you. Love this flag. Love that I got to see it twice. We're rising up against the evil stripes. Yeah, make them all wavy. Make them wavy. Wrong hand. There we go. My hand is a dolphin. Do you guys remember that? There was like a Rebecca Black Friday parody video. Like where somebody just like voiced over everything. And there was the guy in the car, and he was doing this. He was doing this out the car, you know, cause you know he's vibing with the music and the driving and all that. But he said, "My hand is a dolphin." And then the Strike Kingdom attacked. Dude, Archer, wacky waving inflatable arm flailing pride flag. I think every pride flag should be a wacky waving inflatable tube man. A different wave patterns. Underwater Nation, wavy wavy. Oh, Death Eater 2000. We have life here. I fear you may go hungry. Welcome in. It's nice to meet you. I'm Cheesecake. Feel free to introduce yourself in chat if you like. The StarCraft 2 parody of Friday was called Void Rays. Void Rays. I too eat dead things sometimes. You know what? Yeah. I never eat live things. Oh my god, you make a good point, I pretty much everything I eat is just dead things. Wait a second. It's nostalgic. I love when people in my chat bond over things that I don't get. It's like, ah, okay, at least somebody gets it. Okay, we've got a couple more art shares. We got two more, and they're both pink. Isn't that great? We got this one. by our friend General Techno. Look at this! Look at this cute little friend! Who's this cutie patootie? Is this an OC of yours? They're making snow angels. They're making snow angels. Right? Isn't this so cute? Melody. How sweet. Kitty OC. Ah, this is nostalgic too. I haven't made snow angels in years. Usually the thought of rolling around the snow isn't very appealing nowadays. But you know, it's lovely to see the youthful. Thank you for following, Private Akira. It's lovely to see youthful joy for life and nature in such a way. If properly preserved, most of the plants and meat you eat are anywhere from 20 to 30% alive when you eat them. What do you mean by that, Ptolemy? I thought like I thought alive and dead were like an either-or situation. Oh, waving in from Malaysia, hi! Waving in from Ferry, Michigan, hi! I wasn't aware that this was the Princess Bride and things could be mostly dead. Yeah, death is a spectrum. 20 to 30% of the cells are still metabolizing when you're eating them. Oh, interesting. Well, they're still metabolizing in my gut. I drew this, General Techno drew this up for some Christmas gift labels I made to sell for a local market. Oh, sweet! Very nice. Yeah, these would be super cute on some cute gift labels. That's great. Biology will always throw a weird edge case at you. It is like the Princess Bride. Wesley was only mostly dead. Stealth marketing OCs to people. I mean, hey, that's fantastic. I love it. I don't market my OCs very much, so I worry that when, like, I'm showing off my OCs or I, Yes, Sayo, the Princess Bride is nonfiction. Wait! You're right. I assumed that nonfiction was the opposite for some reason. Yes, Sayo, the Princess Bride is nonfiction. I thought you were being a buzzkill for a second. That's my bad. I mix those up sometimes. But like I worry that whenever I show off my OCs or whenever I talk about my OCs, I don't engage with them or draw them enough for like you guys to care about them. So I worry about it sometimes. So honestly, marketing your OCs to people like this, good stuff. It is a good idea. Maybe I should do that. Like, if I put my D&D characters on my merch, would anybody buy that? Would they be like, I don't know who that is? You know? So market them out. Different Akira, Strawberry Bet Akira. But yeah, this is super duper cute. I love the expression. It's simply so sweet and joyful. So sweet and joyful. Oh, we need to draw some zines. That'd be neat. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Techno. If you want to throw your blue sky in chat or wherever else you're posting your art or posting your commissions, you can feel free to do so. Feel free to throw those in. I'm also gonna shout out your stream. Because guys, General Techno streams. He's got these fantastic OCs, just like Melody here. He's a silly little cat. He's a silly little cat. I don't know how else to put it. He's a silly little cat. He likes Transformers. He does a lot of Transformers unboxing. It was just his birthday a little bit ago. Super nice. General Techno. Yeah. We do like blue skies as well. Yeah, look at this. Look at this cool, funny little cat. Hit the follow button. Hit it, hit it. Ooh, Techno's gonna be arting tonight. Fantastic. Make sure to catch him then, okay? Everybody catch Techno tonight. Okay, and we've got one more. We've got one more. Let me snooze out the ads. One more art share, then we'll wrap up stream, okay? Pluto! Hi, Pluto! Do you have an art share? Do you have an art to share? You're coming in right at the end. Should I say good morning? Is it morning time for you? I don't know how time zones are working right now. Ooh! Yeah. Is that your new emote? Is that your art share? That cute emote that you just sent in chat? Ooh! Wait, these are great! Bonk! Rainbow cool. Here, well, let me... Can I like... zoom in? There we go. Now I can show these off. Kinda. There we go. That'll do. We've got this cute happy one. We've got this cute wavy one. We got this cute little robot. A bonk. They're cool. This one's sick. This one's pretty sick. You got the rainbow robot. Ah, and the cool without rainbow. I love it. Very nice work on those, Pluto. Let me shout you out. Pluto streams. Watch his streams. Watch him stream. Yeah. Hey. Can you guys imagine I didn't used to have a VTuber model with hand tracking and stuff? Hey. Can you imagine? It's crazy. But we've got one more. One more art share. Yeah. There's so many cool people in chat right now. Send a cool emoji in chat if you're cool. Also send it if you're not cool. Oh, I'm Starscream mode. Okay, let's see this. Let's see this. From Ayu Risu. Look at that! She did say it's a work in progress. But it's looking so good so far already. Look at that! Is this a Sonic the Hedgehog OC? Sonic OC version of Ayuyu? What a cutie patootie. Yeah, there you go, frog. What a cutie patootie. Yeah, very nice work on those emotes, Pluto. I don't have feet yet, but soon. Wow. Wait, is it gonna be a new, is it gonna be like a PNG tuber model for stream? Sonic Sona. It's a little, sometimes it's a little like odd seeing the ones that don't have like muzzles and noses. But then it's like, wait, this is a fish. Fish don't have muzzle and nose. Oh, I was at a con last week and got mega inspired. Did you have a good time? That sounds fun. Was it a Sonic con? A Sonic focused convention? This is cute on the top. This part of your ribbon, it kind of looks like an octopus. I love this though. This is adorable. Yeah! That sounds fantastic. What a delightful rendition of your character. It's turned out really cute. I especially love the pose. I especially love that. But there's also like that... There's like a green girl in Sonic. Oh, the blue wisp from Sonic Colors, it gives you cube powers. Wait, you're so cube coded though. It gives you booty powers. Well, right in my arm. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, there's like that green girl. Is she from Sonic X? She doesn't have a nose, and so I always thought she looked kind of out of place. But it makes sense. I don't know what she is, but the way that it ends up looking makes sense. My booty usually is on a cube. Sonic X green girl. Cosmo. I feel like there's somebody else that I'm imagining. Seed rain? She's a seed rain? Oh, she's a plant. That's cute though. Ooh, a Cosmo cosplayer. That's neat. Plants don't usually have noses. That is right. That is right. I didn't know she was like a plant. I don't know. I never thought that hard about it. But yeah, Cosmo player. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Green Girl in Sonic Lost World 2. I think it was right here. Xena. Is it her? Xena. Is she also a plant? It doesn't look like it. Is she an industry plant? I just know these things. I'm that way about Pokemon. Like, I get that it's probably not that impressive that I know every single Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know what a Zeddy is either. Maybe she's a Yeti and she just has like an accent. They never specify what a Zeddy is. Zabizi's just a Zeddy. Oh, she's got like cloven hooves. Interesting. But yeah, green girls aside, we have a pink girl. We have a pink girl that we're looking at instead. La Criatura. Ayoyo. If you want to throw in your blue sky or somewhere else that you're posting your art, feel free to do so, but I will shout out your stream real quick. Guys, Ayunu's the cutest. Ayunu's a real cutie patootie. You gotta go to her streams. Do it. Watch her streams. She's got this cute voice. She's got this amazing VTuber that she made by herself, which I think is fantastic. Like, it's not often that you see like a full body VTuber. Like a full body sitting VTuber like that, right? Great stuff, great stuff. Let's go! Next step is to catch a stream. But yeah, follow Ayuyu. We love it, we love it, we love it. We love her. Thank you so much for sharing. This does... Yeah, throw in a social. Throw in a social. If you want to, Ayuyu. That does wrap up our stream today. Steampunk, no! Raid train, yes, we can raid train this. Hi, Steampunk and friends. Sparkrust, it's good to see you. Ptolemy's coming with them too. Welcome in. Hi, Steampunk and Sparkrust and Ptolemy. We did just finish up Art Share. I'm trying to beat this ad timer. Is creeping up. So unfortunately, I don't have time for another Art Share unless we're gonna watch an ad for like no reason. But hi, it's nice to see you guys. Was your stream good? Let's talk about your stream, if you want to, while we get ready to raid out. Choo-choo us on out of here. What did you do today? Hey, let me shout you out, too. Steampunk Queen. Huh? Stempunk. Cozy did some reward art and some Stardew. Oh, that sounds absolutely lovely. You have to throw your the art that you made in my Discord channel so that we can have a look. so that we can see it somehow, even if we're not art sharing right now, right? Okay, let's see who's live. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds super cozy. I do love some Stardew. Let's see. I've got movie night with my family later. We're gonna watch Dragon movie. Dragon Heart. You guys think I'll like it? Oh, okay, we've got someone who has had a name change recently. Wait. There's somebody else we haven't seen in a while. Wait. We never get to raid Elfie. We're gonna raid Elfie. Ah, they're on BRB. I wonder how long. Oh, you know what? We've got a good raid target. I clip shared. This wraps up our stream. Steve, no. I'll have to watch that clip afterwards, after stream. Thank you for clipping that, Spark. Very silly of you. You remember, Ethereal, you remember, Dragonheart being silly? We have this friend, a newer friend, newer-ish. I met her around art fight time. Her name is Roses and Teddy Bears. She does, this super nice, really cute art. She's drawn me a couple times. And she's just started streaming recently, which I think is fantastic. She is not 18 plus, so you don't have to worry about that as we raid in. I like doing the silly. I like when you do the silly too. I like when everybody does the silly. In fact, I keep like a timer on every one of you, and when one of you doesn't do the silly in long enough, I go, Nothing serious, just a disapproving nod. You don't want to get disapproving head shaked at, do you? Be silly, be the silly. But yeah, we're gonna raid out to Roses. Our friend Roses and Teddy Bears just started streaming recently. She's playing Palia right now. I wonder what's going on. Oh, people are showing up for D&D. Good thing we're raiding out, huh? Raid calls are super duper important. If I can spell it right. Raid calls are super duper important when we raid out to somebody else's stream. Twitch only counts us as viewers for certain analytics purposes when we send a message in chat. Oh yeah, it was lovely to meet you, Akira. It was lovely to meet you. They only count us for certain analytics purposes. As having been there if we send a message in chat. So when we get there, let's make sure to send a message in chat, okay? Send in the raid call. We've got the sparkly one you can use if you're not subscribed. You can use the dancy one if you are subscribed. But yeah, we're gonna hang out with Roses for a bit. We're gonna check in on her Palia playthrough. Palia. I don't know how it's pronounced. Palia. You have like pals? Is that why? Anyway, let's get the raid started. Roses and Teddy Bears. I love the art that she has made for me. Paleo? Like paleo? Interesting. Well, anyway, we're gonna raid out to Roses. When we get there, make sure you send in the raid call. Throw her a follow, because she just started streaming, right? She just started, so you gotta throw those follows in. Give her a boost. And thirdly, be super cool and nice, because she deserves it, because she's great. Because it pays to be nice to people. And it feels good to be nice to people. Right? I'm gonna be live again on Friday. We're going to be doing our Gales of Nayeli partnership game stream. It's my first. It's not really a sponsorship, but it is like a partnership stream. They've granted me the game key for free so that I can do this stream. Really neat Fire Emblem inspired game. Archer's played it recently on his stream. I was only able to tune in just a little bit. Clerg Erasure. Okay, it's my first game partnership stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I'll see you on Friday. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye! Thank you for being here!